You've stopped someone carrying a large amount of drugs.
Guten Tag, good morning, guten Morgen, whatever else that we can say. It's probably all I know is mainly just how to say good morning in German and English. That's good enough, I guess. Konnichiwa? It's not really good morning. Hello. Welcome, one and all. Monday time. I know it's a sad day of the week. We're all back to work. Oh, the grogginess, the sadness. But maybe we can kiss the baby better. Maybe we can tenderize that wound. Wait, that's not what you want to do with the wound. Maybe we can make things a little bit better because we have got some midweek tournament action. Turns out there was a LoueMT versus Demu series that took place over the weekend. Probably didn't get full attention, I imagine, because there was so much going on between the Age of RTS tournament, the Rising Empires tournament, and also the free-for-all tournament. I was originally gonna cover the free-for-all tournament. We'll see about that. It's potentially still on the agenda, on the table. We'll see how things go. For now, we're going to be opening up by having a look at the best of 5 from the King of Dry Arabia tournament. Remember, that's the tournament where they can only play Dry Arabia. So I hope you guys aren't sick and tired of Dry Arabia yet. Maybe? You're probably getting close at this point, I reckon. But maybe we'll be able to tolerate a little bit longer as we have got a draft. In fact, let me just switch scene, because that is not gonna, it's not gonna cut it, Chief. There we go. Much better. I love how janky it is trying to get those to work. So, Demu versus LoueMT. Let's have a look at the drafts a little here. Demu, very interesting opening. High prior on the Chinese, but it looks like that was a blocker pick to protect the Delhi as a follow-up there, which is intriguing because then when you look at the rest of the draft and the opener, like Louis going for English, I feel like those opening picks look a bit better for Demu. Malians were buffed recently. I'm not entirely convinced giving over the Ibids in return feels great here. But you know what does feel great? Giving that guy a ban. Enjoy. You're definitely not the best viewer. I don't need the best viewers. I've already got the best viewers tuning into my chat. And the best part of all, they're real people watching a robotic bird created by the government. Boom. But yeah, like, look at the rest of this, though. Wait. Oh, wait. No, so sorry. It's usually... Let me double check. That would make more sense. Yeah. So... Okay, so this overlay is a little bit rough. Can I change it to one that is more obvious for you guys? I don't think so. I'm not sure we have a good option there. Maybe no. Okay, it's just I think it's the count is going to do this no matter what overlay we use. Basically, for the draft order, and this now makes a lot more sense, guys. It is left to right for both players. So Louis' first pick was Byzantines, Demu's first pick was HRE. That makes a whole lot more sense than what I was looking at in reverse. That's why I felt weird about Demu's draft. HRE Roos' opening picks makes a lot of sense. Malians can be hit or miss on Dry Arabia, I find. It depends on the matchup to a certain degree. Louis, in that regards, has some decent answers here, right? Like the Byzantine versus HRE matchup is an intriguing one. I think Byzantines can do okay there. I feel like the one's a little bit close to 50-50 these days. The HRE usually... No, actually, I'd say it's more like 65. HRE has a really strong timing in feudal to try and end the game. They just have to time it right, or the Byzantines get up and in. On top of that, looking at the follow-ups, like English here... Delhi is a good delayed answer. Roos feels really good despite the nerfs to them. I think overall they're still a functional civ. What time's the game starting? In a few minutes. So we are just dissecting the draft, giving people a moment to get in because we've only been live for a grand total of 6 minutes. And then we'll be hopping into game number 1 of the best of 5. So we're just going to give people a minute or two to realize this is even happening so they don't feel like they missed out. And that gives us perfect amount of time to dissect the draft a little bit. Because, you know, as I look a little bit deeper here, I think Ibids is still an insanely valuable pick. I think in general, they work really well. That's going to be the worry, I think, for Demu, is trying to gauge when the English is coming out to whip out the Delhi. Because if it ends up being a Delhi-Ibid matchup, I've got to favor Louis heavily there. Mongols is really cool here as well. Mongols works really, really well actually up against the Malians. It's a solid counter. In fact, with the Khan Hunter buff, it is an overwhelming counter. I think there's even another few civs here that Mongols could give a run for their money now. So... You know, some like Ottomans comes to mind. The Zhone, I think Mongols can make work now with Keshiks, the extra range as well to stay away from Zhone. Even maybe the Chuganu spam. If you play Yam Aura into extended range, I actually think you can make these Chuganu look pretty trivial. So, yeah. The change to Mongols was a significant buff, I will say that much. But it looks like our opening game is going to be Delhi versus Byzantines. Ooh, this is a tough one, actually. The more I've been watching Byzantines go up against Delhi, the more confident I am that they just kind of cruise mode this. You know, there are some curveballs that can be thrown. There are some things that can be done to make it a little bit more difficult. But the majority of like high-level games, I feel like Byzantines are just kind of rubber-dub-dubbing right now, right? They have great flexibility with the contracts. They can play a retinue of different strategies. We've seen the ones that rely on Limitane, but I've also seen some very obnoxious strategies around just Lombo Archer spam. You heard that correctly. That can even beat out the Delhi. But you know what? Let's get ready to hop into our first game here and just make sure the UI is all set up. In fact, I do need to load in the correct logo. So give me 1 sec, folks. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Nice little logo. And what is up, Brennan? Thank you very much for the sub, man. I very much appreciate the support. It means the world to me when people were able to throw a little bit of money into the pool to help making the goal of live streaming for at least 25 hours a week, I think we usually do. All that more reasonable, all that more realistic. So big shout out to you. Okay. With that in mind, I've just accidentally clicked off the game. Let me get back in and we'll get underway. Welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We are back with King of Dry Arabia games here in the lower bracket. Two familiar and dominant faces on the ladder. Team Liquid's Demu in the purple kicks this series off with the Delhi. Meanwhile, LoueMT of Team Elephant takes to the Byzantines. And what a matchup this is going to be. Byzantines definitely feeling like a solid solution to the Delhi. A force that can actually kind of mirror the pressure of the Delhi in the early age, but then eclipse them later on in the game. I'm curious to see what Demu's approach is going to be, because although that did hold true to the scriptures in the past, maybe with Fast Castle seeming more viable here, we might see some Elephanto fun time that could offer up a new take on this particular story. Because for those that did not see the most recent patch changes, Delhi got some interesting overhauls here. Slight nerf to the overwhelming Ghazi in the early age, but the more interesting part was what comes in Castle. House of Learning has received significant buffs. You now have an ability to buff your crossbow and archer masses. You now have an ability to enable elephant spam. It's not just a landmark for men-at-arms and lancers anymore. So maybe that'll provide the answer in East of the Byzantines later in this game. Opening-wise, let's have a look at the spawn here. LoueMT, whoa. Oh my god. Now, it's a lot of open ground to wall in, but in a lot of ways, Louis just kind of got the jackpot here, right? All these resources pushed to the corner. He's got triple gold behind his base, double berry patch. Other one is kind of centralized, a little bit far forward, but not too out there. And then he's got double stone. And the wood is kind of leaning on the left side, so he could easily wall this off in the mid game and then focus all his defensive attention on the east. Sacred site positionings are going to be decent for kind of leaning that east side as well for Demu here. Two of them kind of on the east where it's more open is going to be a beneficial detail, especially when you go for the Tower of Victory, indicating you want to fight fast in this game. And I do wonder, are we going to see Louis make the correct call here? Because I've seen a few players still trying to go towards the Javelin contract. I'm not a fan whatsoever. Guys, the Javelin contract is awkward. When you build it against the Delhi, the problem you run into is that they can just scale Archer Mass to overwhelm. The attack speed buff just allows for that. Maybe with the slight Ghazi nerfs and Horsemen, the Byzantines might still be able to make Javelins work, though. So, although I'm expecting this to be like 80%, that's 85% probability as we're looking at Lombos, there is still a small chance we could be going into Javelin territory. What do you guys think? One's if you still favor Byzantines here, or two's if you think Delhi has something new to offer. Because I feel like the way that this matchup has to go still leans heavily Byzantine. Although we talk about the Delhi's potential in Castle and Beyond now, I don't think that comes for free. The problem with the Byzantines is they just force you to commit to so many units to live. And the issue with the Delhi there is, you know, when you arrive at Castle Age eventually, inevitably, your army's not going to upgrade, right? It's going to take way too long. Like, these two are polar opposites, really, in that regard. The Delhi take what feels like a lifetime to upgrade to veterancies. Meanwhile, the Byzantines at that stage, they've at least got, what, a 60% buff to their research speed, if not a 90%? It means they're able to get their tech unlocks at a comparative speed to the Malians. Second assistant is already coming in. Louis did go for that one Olive Grove opening, right? Like, I've still seen a few players going back to this. It feels like a lot of other players have shifted away at the moment. More kind of focused on just optimizing your food gains in the early game via non-permanent sources. Because, of course, the Olive Groves, while still powerful, did get a slight nerf, right? They now cost 70 wood. They used to cost... What was it? Was it 60 before? I think it was 60 before. I still don't know why this is ever cheaper than a standard farm. The outpost coming up. Okay, so Louis a little bit worried about some pressure coming in. This does mean that he has an easy way of garrisoning and protecting at home, while he could get active away and abroad, right? So maybe we see him lean Horseman for that reason. I feel like whenever you go for these defensive outposts, like LoueMT have slightly less value. They're still important, but you don't need as many. Looks like he's going to be going for the racks anyway, though. And yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, going Olive Grove, then going Outpost, right? And then into the racks. I guess the logic here is if you go for the Olive Grove opening in a weird way, especially when you fill up Outpost, you kind of can't afford the Horseman. And what is up, Faye? Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you won that game of Deadlock. I'm weighing up playing some later, but the problem is I don't think I can stream it. I don't think my PC is good enough. I'm so desperate to find some contacts over at some hardware brands to make a new PC happen. If I can do that, I'll happily start streaming Deadlock. I'll even actually consider doing a race to conk on AoE 4. It ain't easy providing this high level of production from a wee little 3700X, you know. It's getting a bit old now. As you're going to see in a few minutes, there's a way that you guys don't have to suffer that, by the way, as we are being sponsored by AMD this week. So be sure to check out that Ryzen offering when it pops up for the new 9000 series. I want one of them so badly. So Outpost coming up with the Arislets now. This is, of course, quite a natural thing. You don't have to rush out the stone. Remember, when you build structures as the Byzantines, you do get paid in stone as well as a rebate. And that's still my big issue with the Olive Groves, right? Is you get paid back when you drop these. It's not even 70 wood, right? It's less than that. It ends up being, I think, 62 wood still. Or 62 resources because you're getting paid 8 stone as a rebate. What was that coming up that we talked about, though? So now all fixation is going to be on the eastern front here. Demu is scaling into this Ghazi, but we should have a switch on the way. Did he go one? No, he went one blacksmiths here. That's kind of interesting. I've noticed some players trying to do double blacksmiths against the Byzantines. The logic being is that they can just blacksmith tech so rapidly that if you don't have double B-smiths, you'll be behind at 2 different intervals in the feudal age, right? Usually around, I'd say, about 8.5 minutes and then probably around 10 minutes in this particular game. There should be edges that Louis could have, right? Like, Still Dara plus Undermesh is the biggest one that will come around 8.5 minutes. And then the one after that can be around 10 with the melee techs. Yeah, I'm wondering when Deadlock's just officially going to release and give us full-time servers. It's kind of wild how slow it is right now. Although, pretty impressive, an unreleased game can almost peak at 100,000 concurrent users. Oh, Demu, big mistake there. Wasn't paying attention. Does get away just in time with the Scholar, though. That's a big deal. He didn't have the party yet, so these guys aren't tanky. They're very vulnerable. But a big blocker there, so one Sacred Site now being decapped while the other one is being taken in return. So Demu's at least keeping a trickle of gold in, and that's very important, remember. When you're up against these Byzantines, these pesky bloody Byzantines, they've got a 14% buffer on their entire economy. Berries is really not going to match or mirror that at all, right? You get 35% more gathering on berries, which is an inferior rate compared to most resources anyway. And then even in this situation, your opponent has been ramping up ridiculously quickly due to the extra olive oil you get from the ground winery. That's why I already see the second group Lombos down the way. Undermesh did just pop. Yeah, this is the fight that Louis needs to back away from. Timing's really important. You don't want to be rushing forward before Steel Dara is in. Seems you feel confident it's close enough, though, to keep poking. I'd be right. I mean, Demu very reluctant there. Yeah, this is the awkward feeling is usually when you're playing at this level, blacksmith timings are everything. That opening you get in the first 20 seconds of a tech being complete is meant to be overwhelming here. again, just not able to really find a way of exploiting it truly. Just backs up instead. Has got 3 Sacred Sites capped. There's always interference coming, though. And we have to remember, Louis, over time, is going to start trekking towards that castle age, right? It's the inevitable affair that the Byzantines engage with. Delhi, meanwhile, if they ever make that choice, it's not going to be elegant. It's not going to be pretty. It's awkward as well, right? Like, I actually think Louis having longbows means you can't even try some cheeky shenanigans where delay Vetra archers and then get your hands on the pike tech, which gives you the extra 0.5 tower range, right, on crossbows and archers. I don't think that even saves you in that situation. What is interesting is with House of Learning, the men-at-arms from the Delhi should be able to beat Varangian, right? Because the interesting thing about these two civs, I said they couldn't be more different when it comes to tech speed, but they are incredibly similar when it comes to production speed. Remember, you're able to get double production rates by garrisoning inside these buildings, which matches up quite well as you move into castle, up against the Conscriptio pump of Varangian upon arrival, right? The catch is going to be buying enough time to get into something like Honed Blades, because I feel like we are eventually going to trek into that castle here. I find it hard to believe this, at the current situation, ends in a GG for either party in Feudal. These longbows are starting to get annoying. Outposts are going to get garrisoned. It's not really a place that Demu can dive right now. And it's awkward as well, right? These decaps coming on the flanks because he can't afford to split up his army whatsoever due to the posturing of Louis in the center of this map. You have to remember, this is really smart. Like, it's been mentioned in chat about the outposts. These outposts are great, not just to defend resources, not just as a fallback point, but it's also kind of like a pseudo-walling effect, right? So now you just need to kind of shift over here, eventually wall this. You can always leave this open as a choke point you control. And that's going to give dominance in the resource department to Louis. Because behind this, he's got the deer, he's got the 8 stack of berries, he's got all the gold he would require to end a game as the Byzantines. Looks like he's going to put that gold to good work as well. You can see the stockpiling happening here. Demu does have the military lead. It's just deceptive, right? Those outposts kind of sour the waters a little bit. The Lombo factor is a big deal here. We have to remember Lombos are a premium unit in the feudal age. It just doesn't make it easy for you to dent this. Even with the attack speed buff, like, this is the weird thing here. These archers may have 20% critical attack speed, but the lower base damage, if you think about it mathematically, these two are pretty similar, right? Like, 5 as a base, you add 1 on, that's 20% increase, right? And the Lombos have that by default. And there you go, guys. Click that link right now. Let AMD know that you love to see them here sponsoring this channel. We'll see if we can go into bigger and better things. Ghazi Raid coming in on the back, though. Good strike time here from Demu. However, Demu is still slightly behind. That's because he went for Textiles, right? Yeah, Textiles did come in, so that explains the gap there. Tech Up is now on the way. So this Ghazi Raid, I don't think he's going to see it. Right? Like, the Golden Horn Tower positioning, I'd be very surprised if Demu sniffs this out. He should be suspicious, though, right? Like, why is his opponent stopped pushing? Why is he slow on the reaction here? Why have I not seen more pressure around the center? It's weird, though. In a way, it kind of feels like Demu could have had this Sacred Site, and that would make it obvious to him. And because he doesn't have control of this particular site, it's not blatantly obvious what Louis is doing. And you can see that from Demu's positioning as well. It's almost like he was paranoid. He was about to get raided here. He backs all the way up into an awkward position where he can't now punish this tech up. Wow, dude, that is huge. That is actually phenomenally huge. This mass Archibald we talked about is going to quickly lose its value now. Louis, weirdly enough, does prioritize the Limitane upgrade first. Should have been rushing on the gold, surely. Yeah, a lot of people now being pulled. He needs the veterancy coming through. Actually, sorry, it is on the way already. I'm blind. So contracts are coming in 5 seconds. Limitane didn't get buffed on their timing, but that's irrelevant. This is all about Lombos. Damn it. I think he just has to tech up now, doesn't he? I'm starting to feel rough here for Ben. Like, realistically, what's your move now? I mean, you've got 8 scholars, so your veterancy timing won't be atrocious, but you're still going to be an age behind. And there's still a lot of idle time on an archery range that you'd rather have pumping out crossbows, right? But to skip vet upgrades when you've got 50 of them doesn't make sense. So he's going to have less production as for a counter to the Varangian. He can theoretically go to the Men-at-Arms, but once again, it's that kind of delayed tech advantage, right? Like, being second to tech, likely going for House of Learning, means that Home Blaze is going to take a damn long time to arrive. The same with the Pigs. And let's be real, even if you did scale into mass crossbows, it's a pretty sour experience when you're up against mass longbows. Oh no, the site doesn't ship to Japan? Damn. I'm going to have to talk to him about that, see what we can do. I know they definitely ship around Europe. Definitely give it a click either way, folks, because it does let them know that you believe in this type of integration. And maybe we can build a deeper relationship with the AMD team. Ooh. So Demu, with House of Learning, I'm wondering if you just like triple racks here, right? Could that work? He's got double already. Yeah, I think this is just going to be Men-at-Arms pump. Okay, so there we go. Pakes gets queued up. That's going to give the +5 range, or +0.5 range rather, to archers and crossbows. Veterans, he's been queued up as well. Remember what we said. Because he's got 8, he's at least going to get a reasonable timing in 2 minutes. But Louis does not wait around. This boy has no chill. He marches in already. Catches the deer being returned as well with the scouts. Lombos trying to hide in the choke points, but the Ghazi are getting on top of them. Limitane baited across. And out of position here. Looks like Louis may have slightly overextended. Limitane have got the shield wall up to mitigate some of the losses. Lombos will target down the Ghazi remaining. But this is good news for Ben. He just threw away the trash unit. The Ghazi were not high in count. The archers were. So keeping that ball alive, pushing your opponent away, is pitch perfect because it means now the veterancy should come into effect while you still have a substantial standing army of archers. Right, Demu, he sees an opportunity here though. Like, he's not waiting around. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought he'd back up and just wait. Maybe he should have here because these Varangian are quite bloody tanky. They do draw a lot of fire, admittedly 15 less shots than a normal Men-at-Arms. But it's going to be enough to start peeling away at those archer counts. All right, guys, this is looking good for Ben, actually. I think he's all right in this situation now. Something that really hasn't been explored enough yet, because it's very early days on the new patch, is the effect of the House of Learning on ranged formats. We've seen a lot of experimentation around elephants. We know historically the effect of going home blades. I feel like Pakes has always been this kind of element on the sides in the few daily games I've seen where it has a layer of effect, but it doesn't really become truly apparent. We might finally get to see it. Varangian are starting to arrive though, and the Men-at-Arms count does need to pump fast. Homeblade should be coming up next, right? Yes. So in about 3 minutes, we're going to have Homeblades as well. That's going to be a deal breaker here, folks. Remember, these Varangian, the trade-off is you get 1 extra damage, 1 extra melee armor, but you lose 15 health. Well, these Men-at-Arms will get +3 damage. They already have a 20% attack speed buff as well. This fight won't even be close if he can mirror the Men-at-Arms count. On top of that, let's not forget the gap close potential here, right? Like, I think it gets slept on a lot, but Force March is incredible if you rush towards it. Just the mobility, I think, is very important in this type of matchup where your opponent's playing Lombo, so he kind of needs to skirt that edge of range. Otherwise, archers get to do this. Pushing continues. Veterancy is now in. Varangian have at least got the +2 armor now, but it doesn't feel good enough here. So Pakes is about to complete. It's going to make the retreat even uglier. What's Louis up to behind this? I'm a little bit curious, right? Like, we should have some Mango Towers coming in. I think he knows it's going to be a hard defense. We did talk about this brag of how much resource he has in the corner, but there are limitations here, right? What he has done phenomenally well, though, to overcome those issues is in the resource. 4th Relic now on the way home for Louis. Delhi may be dominating the mid-map, but there's really not much to give them an immediate surge here. This is not a compounder defender build. There is no eventual keep drops that just turn into TCs immediately. There are no relics up for grabs, as Louis is bringing back all risky relics first. This is going to be a 5-relic game for the Byzantines. Damn. What a play. This is so sick. I mean, it's a good fight for Ben, but if he doesn't find a way of breaking in, if this turns into kind of a little bit of a campy game, I've got to start favoring Louis now. This is huge. And I'm actually curious as to why Ben isn't going in. I guess, yeah, he just wants to try and play Sacred Site win condition, which I think that makes sense. The weird thing about the Byzantines is, even more so when they're running Lombos like this, their defensive capabilities make them kind of a pseudo-English. And what I mean by that is these towers. The mangonel emplacements are incredibly obnoxious. Honestly, I still think this needs to be nerfed to not include range damage upgrades. I think that's what makes it a little bit too good. If it was just 7 damage on burst of free, I think that's fine. The fact you can get +2 when you start building these is ludicrous. That's an extra 6 damage every attack round. Makes them a very potent tool and very difficult for Demu to dive, considering the majority of his army is ranged. However, we are starting to pad with more MAA. Those guys, they've got a big upgrade coming in soon. 1 minute until Home Blades completes. Love that from Demu. Expensive unit, but Lancers are going to arrive quicker, and they're a good answer to these Varangian spams. There's a decat car on the west side, though, and Demu? I think he's too late. No! Look at this as well. Wait, what? I thought Louis was being big brain for a sec. It was just autopilot mode. No, that's not a good sign. If he'd walked here and stayed here, he would have been able to decap when the Lancer got baited into attacking him. Because the thing is, like, you have two choices here if you're Louis. You either back away to the other side of the Sacred Site to guarantee a charge comes in too late, or you come right to the edge here so that he charges in, and if Demu's not paying immediate attention, he doesn't know to run onto the site. It's only a minute of progress, sure, but it still matters, right? Especially when you see the intent now. Demu already has one of these keeps down. More are going to be on the way. He's going to force Louis to come out. Question then, is Louis ready? He's rebuilt the Lombos. It's crazy to imagine how different this game would be if they weren't thrown away so helplessly and haphazardly. He's going to discover the keep. So not really an area he wants to fight in here. And it looks like Demu is rearing up for it. Lancers lead the charge. Varangian to get baited into that. The men-at-arms follow up after that as well. And the crossbow Lombos on the backside. Not really looking like they mirror well against what Demu has. A lot more crossbows here for the Delhi player. It's going to be an initial hold. The Varangian count high enough. It's going to start to force a retreat here. But Demu still has a military lead. The deceptive part is a lot of that's into Scholars, which means he has to back away. Of course, how could we forget? Almost a third of Demu's army isn't really an army here. The Scholars are not involved in these affairs at all. They're still prepping the techs. Yeah, I think Demu is maybe a bit overzealous to protect this Sacred Site here. I understand the desire, but after a fight like this, it's a little bit difficult. Louis still has the majority of Lombos, and I think that's the key here, right? Like, I think we can agree, if there's someone that can hold true in a lot of Byzantine games, if they don't end it at the beginning of Castle Age with Varangian, Lombos come around again to be the dominant factor, right? Feudal, Lombo dominant. Castle, Varangian at first, but once again, Lombo dominant. Demu, meanwhile, though, is up to something quite curious. We're going up to 20 Scholars, which is usually indicative of a fast imp play. The problem is, in this particular game, Ben has nowhere near enough farms. By anywhere near enough, I mean, I don't think he has a single farm in play right now. So going imp just isn't feasible. The only other thing that would make sense here is if he's planning an elephant transition, but I feel like it's a bit too early for that, once again, due to no farms. Yeah, this is getting weird. I mean, Demu's down to 200 food income, guys. He's gathering stone with a grand total of 52 villages right now. Nah, this doesn't work. Surely this doesn't. Kyro Siphons are now burning onto the keep. However, Louis has positioned himself awkwardly here. Lombos and crossbows still just parked underneath the range, the influence of that castle. We'll finally break out from it. Demu once again now in retreat. Key drops are going to be attempted. Looks like it is going to get scouted out. Louis knows about it. Can he address it, though, is the issue. Okay, this is... Wait, what? Is it me, or did Louis just turn a winning fight into more of a loss for him, right? Like, he'll still win this, but he's losing a lot more units now to the keep when he could have just left the Kara Siphons here to address the problem. Maybe he was worried about this villager pull, but I don't think you need to get this close to the castle that you're in range of it like that. Kind of a tricky situation, because had he kept pushing south side, he could have blocked this backup castle now being dropped. What he has at least done is blocked the win condition of Ben. Sacred Site decap comes in. Louis in a pretty chill position, I'd say, at this stage. I mean, economically, he's just a lot better off, right? Like, yes, the keep drops are starting to come through, but the farm transition isn't there yet. And that's the key issue I see here. Because when I look across at the Byzantine base, I see 24 olive groves. We've got another, what, 7 getting added in right now, and it's already level 4 system. This is cozy mode. This is parked and camping mode for the Byzantines. And a happy little camper comes out to play. Demu, second keep drop, not going to work. The first one creeping back towards the Sacred Site was successful. However, with the double Kara Siphon here, I don't think that's going to last long. Now, this dive's a bit more forgivable from Louis, right? Like, realistically, the previous one was weird. I think that was expensive for no good reason. This one at least makes sense. Your opponent's in this direction. You want to break past him, hit the economy, and keep hitting what's left, at least, of the army. Well, Demu has built 1 elephant, so if we can get 15 more, he can still win this. I'm capping hard right now. Yeah, this is kind of tough, guys. These guys are pretty good. War Elephant's got some significant buffs. They have splash damage now on their Tusk attack. They also have the increased movement speed from Mahouts, if you remember to get it, which he has not right now, which is a little bit shocking. It is an extra 0.1 tile movement speed, which actually scales really well with the charge format. In fact, it just seems like Ben has forgotten about the House of Learning. I mean, Tranquil Venue isn't too bad between fights. Like, all these have some substance of use, right? The fact that they're not being researched, remember, this is all free, guys. This isn't like, oh, yeah, but Ben just doesn't want to spend the gold. You're playing Delhi. You don't pay for any of this. Now, the question we all didn't know we want answered. What wins? 1 elephant with splash damage, or 2 land stack with... No, it's going to be 1 elephant. What wins? 1 elephant or flamethrowers? Guys, don't test that in real life, please. We've got to move across now into the new keep. I feel like Demu is just building these just to watch them go down. We'll have to see if it works out this time. 3 Kara Ciphers in position. The men-at-arms are at least trying to address that right now, but the target find now comes in for the crossbow mass. That's going to get deleted. The elephant is going to get deleted, and I think Demu is about to get deleted from this game. But, plus side, we've got elephant steak for dinner tonight. I'd say that is well cooked. Or, as Gordon Ramsay would say, it's ruined. Never keep going on, Demu. I mean, he's reluctant to give this over, but this game is done. There is really no play left for him here. Imperial is going to be on the way in a matter of moments from Louis. And then I think we're going to see a wave of the white flag and an opening game going to the Chinese Prodigy Kid. Interesting game, though. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was really hoping we'd be able to see Pakes come into true effect for the Archers, but it felt like, you know, their impact was before that even arrived. Kind of felt like Demu needed to transition soon. I thought maybe we'd see more men-at-arms versus the idea of, like, more Archers/crossbows. I do think that you should be able to win that fight, but maybe the Lombos just offer a little bit too much up, right, and they have to be addressed. In which case, maybe Mangoes could have worked better here for Demu. It is still an issue when you're up against Mass Varangian, but felt like he needed something else here. Can't really fault Louis' approach. I think this was correct. That was a sick read to go for the 5-relic play. Means that Demu hopefully learns his lesson here. All right? If you've got less than 15 elephants at 25 minutes, we're not doing it right. Stop building other things. Just get the elephants. And yeah, also remember, all that stone investment, because it's not a compound defender build, this is not cheap. This is insanely expensive in these type of games. 900 stone per keep. The idle time to gather the resources, the idle time to build the land, the defense structure rather, it's a one-sided affair. It's a trade that will always favor Louis, even if you get the castles up. I think we're about to see the final castle going down here. Foreign engineering company is on the way for Louis. He's basically converted to Delhiism, as he's now the defender of the purple base. You know, before you defend something, you got to tear it down, right? Can't have any rebellions down the line. Damn. Cool game from Louis overall, though. I think it was maybe a missed opportunity for Demu in the Fuel Age. If I could change one thing, maybe there was an opportunity to strike in that he didn't quite sense when he backed up and allowed the tech up from Louis. But you can't fault Louis. The way he kind of smuggled it after seeing the Ghazi raid on the north side, he hid to the south. And that's where he's also going to hide his final landmark as GG comes out. The Chinese boy gets a win in game number 1 of this elimination best of 5. Ooh, pretty cool opening game, though. No hui hui. Wee wee, no hui hui. So, wait, do you think that's like is that like an awkward thing in life for like some people who are French and play this game with like a heavy accent? Because maybe we sounds more like hui hui hui. Do you think maybe if you're in like team games, you have teammates that are confused as to what you're saying? Like, what? There's no hui hui pals in this game. We're both from Feudal Age. What the hell's wrong with you? Okay, so let's get a point on the board for good old Louis. And let's get the next game up and ready. Because the interesting thing about this type of format is, at least from a draft perspective, there's not too much to analyze this early in a series because you haven't got a map to discern. You've just got the map to discern. So next up is Dry Arabia. English versus Malians. Historically a matchup that Malians dunked in. I don't think that's the case anymore. Like, ever since this English Abbey of Kings build started to come in, I feel like it's been pivoting more and more towards the English's favor, right? Like, actually, weirdly enough, you don't even need to go 2TC. You can play this mass horseman strategy and essentially play the same way that the Delhi do up against the Malians, where you just go around burning the buildings. English go 2TC, Malian go 3. Oh, no, no, please. I like that we're moving away from TC booming. Actually, are we? Are we really? Okay, one's if you guys feel like we're moving away from the TC boom meta. Two's if we're getting closer to it. I'm curious what people's opinion is on this. I feel like we're moving a bit further away from it, right? It's clearly 2. Maybe for the Malians, but like other civs? Like, for example, the Delhi are technically TC booming with keeps, right? But that got changed. All right, guys. If you want the frame rate to keep 120 plus frames while watching all of the Malian houses burn, be sure to click on that link right there. Check out the new Ryzen 9000 series. Let them know I sent you. Let them know you're a big fan. Did you know right now, if you buy AMD CPUs, by the way, you get 2 new upcoming games for free. One of them being the brand spanking new Warhammer 40k Space Marines 2 coming out early September, which I personally am over the moon excited for. Let's get to it, though. Game number 2 of this best of 5 between Demu and Louis. And let me flip that score right now. If Ben wants a point, he's going to have to work harder than me making a mistake here. Because so far, Louis is the one who has been flawless. Easy peasy opening win for him. Really clean-cut game in game number 1 up against Ben. Game 2, it's going to be LoueMT on the English and Demu on the Malians. A matchup that if you went back a year ago and were to say the words, this is English favored, you would get laughed out of the room. There would be Reddit threads years later talking about how you didn't know how to analyze games. And those same Reddit analysts would not believe we'd be here right now. Marlians really aren't that favored anymore. These English builds around the idea of Abbey of Kings, I think, have dismantled a lot of the threat, and we're going to be seeing them this game. The curious part is whether we'll see 2 TC. It looks like it is going to be the case, as there's already villagers moving across on the stone. It's definitely the safer route. I would say you're going to probably see more English players considering the Abbey of Kings horseman builds. The reason those ones are pretty effective here is the logic is that because your opponent has all these houses out in the mines, you can drive by and burn them down. It's very comparative to the Delhi versus Mali matchup, where the Delhi player is able to just keep kind of torching around the base. The reason why you're going to see Louis take this defensive approach opposed to that, though, is usually the idea is that when you do that build as Delhi, the reason you're able to get away burning around all the houses is because your opponent has to come out onto the sacred sites to do something about these, right? English, of course, has no way of adding sacred sites into the equation until age 3. So Louis, as a result of that, chooses the safer route. I would still love to see some horsemen added as we kind of trek into the age, but I've got a funny feeling this is just going to be the most chill, condensed 2TC build imaginable, because any Malian player in chat will tell you right now, their biggest pet peeve, their biggest hate when they're just trying to be a greedy mother ducker are these TC booming sips. 2TC has proven to be a pretty solid answer to just greedy, fast castle Malian players, especially when you're playing English, where you have that ability to just set up all those farms really cheaply, guaranteeing that you never have to come out of the base. In fact, for a second there, I thought we might be seeing a very ambitious idea of rushing the castle age there. It looked like we're going to get a double mill. It's just going to be 1 to begin with. Sheep count, as it stands, yeah, 11 on one side. We've got 14 for Louis. Much better off for him in this type of game. And when you think about it, yes, both of them have ways of getting food, but it's still a kind of difference maker, right? Like, it kind of defines the pace at which you have to transition in different ways. For the English, it's a bit more permanent with the farm placements. For Demu and the Malians, it can be a little bit more painful if you have to keep pumping out additional cattle at an accelerated pace to eat as food permanently, right? Like, not to have a ranch, but to basically just club to the ground and munch up fast. Well, the thing there, Gully, is getting the sacred sites, getting the relics, more important than the sacred sites of the relics here, is kind of difficult sometimes because of how quickly the English catch up. Also, if your goal is to rush relics, you have to delay it. You can't just, oh, I'm going to go relics straight away. You have to build in units first. Otherwise, against the English, this king just blocks your relic grabbing, right? And that's why I was saying I like the idea of a few horsemen as well from Louis, just to kind of block her on the map. Louis? Oh, this is sick. Okay, no, we have a very competitive game now. This is intriguing. So Louis, by going for the deer, as opposed to setting up farms with a safe TC at home, this now allows him to kind of mirror the tech timing. That's very important here. He's trying to punish Demu for not revealing an aggressive tone yet. However, Ben is now attempting that. We've got scouts. And I'm hoping this is scouts for the sake of being annoying and not scouts for the sake of pro scouts. First reaction, of course, is going to have to be to chase away this king, though. That's kind of cool. It's interesting, though, because like the warrior scouts don't really punish the king, ultimately, in my opinion. Also, let's say you do this warrior scout play. If your opponent now sees it, he can genuinely mirror horseman. He's going to go racks to probably play more defensive, but I think horseman also works here because of your ability to pull away from the warrior scouts with better movement speed and then heal up at a comparative rate due to the kingly presence. I think also the reason why Louis has to open racks like this is he's sending them across field right now because there's no archer counter yet. But realistically, you know, if you end up defending, you're going to have to spread yourself quite thin here and here. That's a big distance for Spearman to cover. There's a chase around the scout least, but Spearman is now going to rise. So that should be enough to force Demu's hand to back away. But now you know what your opponent's up to, right? So now you can get the archer reaction. In the meantime, second pimp mine has now been set up, so Demu is starting to inflate that economy. This should allow him to afford quite a bit of cow pump to eat. Right now, I'm just seeing more and more scouts. Wait, is he really doing this? This doesn't work, right? I feel like this just doesn't work. it's very reminiscent of the old kind of cheesy strategy where you would just out-micro your opponent by pulling back injured scouts, letting them heal, come back in. The problem here is this just doesn't work when you're up against healing on the other side. He's going to jump in now, but the second Spearman arrives, he's already going to have to back up, and that means that Kingly Presence is going to start to kick in for Louis. It means any damage you've done is going to start to get offset. Yeah, I'm not liking the look of this right now for Ben. He needs to switch up and... What? It's 2 TC. Which, by the way, is really deceptive with the Malians, considering that they use the gold to build these town centers, not stone. What? That's kind of wild. So now we start to paint the picture of why Warrior Scouts only. A very cost-efficient solution. It uses just food. It doesn't use your wood. It doesn't use your gold. However, your opponent built this on the deer. You've chosen wood. So you don't have that extra injection. You're going to have to be quite greedy on your economy here, right? You're going to have to pump quite a few cattle. I guess you could just go Pro Scouts on a delay. That's one option. The problem is with spears already near your base, it's not a good option, right? Like, you'll just have to keep dropping the deer and leaving. This is kind of wild. 2 TC Malian versus 2 TC English. And double archery range now getting dropped by Louis. I think Demu needs his own archery ranges right now. But he doesn't know. Right, like, we have God vision. Check Ben's vision at this point. All he sees is spears. Which is weird, because you think, okay, archers then, right? Just build archers, build a few javelins. Or rather, you know, go archers and then you have the javelin reaction for this, right? But no. He's just choosing what? Donzo versus the spears? Is he worried that there's cav coming? Wait, what? Okay, I'm lost in this game right now. Musafadi getting queued up. I wondered at first if we'd see it versus spears, but I'm not sure what it really offers up. I guess it's kind of a front line, and that's his big concern here, is that you kind of get zerged in, right? And in that regard, it's a more cost-efficient front line than Donzo's. Yeah, Demu's definitely cooking something, but this is like, you know those mystery meals where, like, you know, potluck. You open it and you're like, what's in this? And, like, we can't tell you. You just have to eat it and guess. And you're like, but what if I'm allergic to it and dies? It's like, you're just going to have to guess. Demu might be allergic to this. He's building Musafadi plus Warrior Scouts up against what is now Mass Longbow. And the problem with that is you just don't have a counter. Right? These Warrior Scouts don't become Horseman-type units until Castle Age, where they get bonus damage against ranged. Musafadi get bonus damage from ranged units here, in the form of the Lombos. Dude, this is rough. Women are at least going to get chased away for the moment. Nice little cycle charge. Love that. Identify the injured one. Pulls him down. Lombos are now coming with extra spears. That should force Demu to back away. And although he got one kill, remember, it's a 1-for-1 exchange, and now any damage done here is going to be healed. Stealth in here? I mean, hit what? What do you want to stealth to hit here is the problem. Like, I can't see, right? In theory, if you got enough time, right? Like, this is the equivalent of saying 20 mangonels is OP. It's like, yeah, but how do you get to 20 mangonel? It's like 60 Musafadi stealthing the enemy base is OP. Yeah, but how are you getting to 60 Musafadi in this game? Burn comes in stronger than ever. Demu is starting to at least set up the ranches. Other side of this, we've actually got Louis now getting into the farm clusters as well. And just milking this second TC for all it's worth, right? Finishing the deer, even now gathering the wood as well to enable that transition at home. So what you'll eventually see here is White Tower drop towards the main, and all the new villages will start springing over to here anyway. He's not playing that defensive Turley 2 TC format where you protect the entirety. It's more extension TC to buff mid-game, and then if it has to be a liability later, just let it sit. Finally, we have the answers coming. Javelins have now been queued up by Ben. This was a very, very long delay, though. We've also got Sofas added in, so his cav component is getting a bit stronger. However, it is getting somewhat sandwiched. Extra spears are now arriving. Yeah, just not the fight you want. Has to back away. Can try to limit losses on the retreat. The Musafadi do slow him down a little bit in that regard. Not the quickest of escapes here. Also awkward because he couldn't stealth to get away. You're noticing Louis keeping the scout with the army now. Demu's still lurking like this. I think he's just trying to buy time, like distract his opponent a little bit so he can get the army together. Because right now, we have a grand total of 3 jabs. Now, we usually like to talk about how javelins are a good counter to longbows. That does have a limitation. This is definitely past the threshold, folks. Louis. Ooh, does he know about the deer? He never scouted it. Like, this is actually wild. I can't believe this. I just noticed Louis only ever scouted 2/3 of the map. He didn't check everything else, which is insanely bold up against the mines at high level, right? Like, I mean, I guess you'd think you just don't care. If this was French, maybe someone like Roos, you'd be worried about where the deer and the boar are because they might be gathering them. I think in this particular game, because Louis is playing against what is quite a static civ, one that tends to camp at home, he doesn't feel like he needs to see more than knowing where the gold veins are and where the enemy base is. That's wild. Crazy as well when you consider the amount of games we watched in more recent times where people have lost because they didn't see one tiny piece of the map, right? Like 5% of the overall map. I still remember, for example, that Give You Anxiety Faye game, Japanese versus Yuji, where she was able to keep getting the gold needed to win the game because she basically crept into a single corner unseen and was gathering all gold, right? Like, these type of moments in the game matter a lot. And we have to remember, there is still gold gathering on this east side for Demu. So although there's a blocker on the front, Louis not stopping him entirely. Lombos. Louis feeling very ambitious right now. Of course you remember that game. Who couldn't remember that game? Like, when do you ever see someone up against Mass Chigunu build Mass Onimusha to win? That is on the YouTube if you guys want to find it, by the way. An absolutely absurd game. An absolutely absurd ambition here. Ben with only, not even half a full Fulani. So, like, a third Lani. Now trying to tech up. With Louis knocking at the door. So they're just going to start to get struck here. Movement comes in. In the meantime, LoueMT also has the resources required for a tech up, but right now, he's distracted by the main fight. Might cost him dearly in a short moment, but no, instead, what? The aggressive white tower! LoueMT! What a madman! Wait, is this even legal? I thought you're meant to build these at home. Louis' confidence is surging. I do not remember the last time I saw an offensive white tower in Age of Empires 4. These days, it's Call of Duty camper mode with 2 TC condensed, not in Louis' games. 2 TC wide. A white tower so wide that it might as well be on another map. And Demu about to be looking slim when it comes to his hopes of winning this game. Torch is now out, right? Because you can't contest him. That's the genius of this. This white tower guarantees a defense for his army on the front line. That's why it's a defensive landmark, guys. It's defending his attack. Lombos will just happily trade out. I mean, veterancy isn't even there yet. It just doesn't matter. Ben has nothing in the chamber here. His second TC goes down. The eco lead is now almost 20. The army lead is double. And now your opponent can just build trebs. You guys know when you watch those like keep drops from China where they have to build siege workshops behind? You know how the English balance that out? They might not build the keep as quickly, but they don't have to waste resources on a workshop. They could just start building them. Instead, he's like, well, I don't need a treb. I just want to kill more things. Mangonel coming out instead to guarantee there's no range composition that can counter him. And this is awkward, right? Like, Siege Workshop is there, but Demu yet to produce anything out of it. This is the other awkward thing about the castle being able to produce whatever it wants. You don't know what's coming. So you don't know when you need to counter siege until it already arrives. King immediately re-queued there. Was a little bit of a miss micro, having him go down. Wait, Ben? Oh, Demu. Not like this. All villagers trying to build the ranches go down. The cattle are trying to funnel in, but that is simply not going to work. Louis has had enough of this crap. He says, get the hell out of my game. We started this series in the evening for me. I was hoping to sip on some nice Sauvignon Blanc before going to bed. Let's make this quick. Reminder, folks, this is an elimination series. And Demu, after these first 2 games, can afford no more mistakes. There's no doubt about this game now. This is a LoueMT win. Nangnell's just also so rough for that, right? If the timing's right on hitting the ranch, the damage also immediately can kill off the Cal, as you just saw there. Tyrone is at least now going to come in to try and counter, but even a few villagers involved in the burn down here. Man, Demu still has a lot of powerful picks, though, folks. Remember, he's still got the HRE, he's still got the Roost. I think he's just naturally going to go towards those next. So there's still hope for the Brit. But right now, this game at least looks absolutely hopeless for the Malians. A matchup that a year ago was 80% plus favored to them. Nowadays, feels like it's completely flipped. It really does, right? Like, you know, it's tricky as well with the English, and I think it all came down to this Abbey of Kings. The Abbey of Kings in general is just given a level of flexibility the English didn't previously have. I mean, sure, Demu done something very off the cuff here with this second TC as opposed to the standard fast castle. You know, even if he played the normal build, I don't think he would have been favored here. I think Louis had what he needed, and he reacted accordingly, right? The archery range spam only came out after he saw his opponent was trying to contest the mid-map, after he saw the intent. And that's the smart thing. Louis balanced his economy in a way that he didn't make his move before he had a reason to. Demu. He's like that person who drops their ice cream on the ground. They look around left and right. They're like, no one's watching. They get down on their knees and they start licking the ice cream up. He's got a lot of ice cream to lick, though. Got to make that floor absolutely shiny here. Double mangoes at least there for Demu. I mean, maybe. But the problem is now Springles have arrived. The attack speed buffer as well. That's going to be GG. Without the siege, there's no hope. There's the one way he might have been able to hold on, but now the village is desperately trying to keep it alive. Only works so long when there's this many Lombos. Game 2, also going to be a win for LoueMT. It means Demu needs to get his act together quickly, or this will be the end of his run in King of Dry Arabia. You still think Marlene is better? I don't know about that, dog. I don't know. I've watched like Marlene versus English a lot with these kind of 2TC English builds, and I still feel like England looks better. They're just too hard to dent. And like the problem is when you're playing Malians, you usually feel... So like, here's the thing. The King immediately forces you to have to build some reaction. You can't just fast castle with no units. So that kind of slows down your timing. Then you add in the fact that like you can't really attack the English, I think is the obnoxious thing now. Like the 2TC is too safe, right? It used to be you could easily attack English from multi-TC. You go 3 Donzos, that's still pretty expensive though, right? So like at that point, you've spent 270 resources plus the 150, so you've spent 420 resources while your opponent is just being greedy. That's the thing, like I feel like whenever you start building units, you're like, okay, now I have to go and attack with these. And can you think of a worse civ to have to attack than English? I can't think of a single worse civ in the game to have to attack. They're the bane of so many players' existence. What's up, British Zeus? Are you going to be streaming Age of Mythology games? Quite possibly. We'll maybe give it a venture at release, see how it is. We'll give it a ganders, a poke in. There's some potential there. It's kind of tough, right? So, like, I think the thing I try to highlight to people is if I start doing Age of Myth, I'm not convinced the game's content consumption is going to be high enough to justify the amount of people in there. You know what I mean? Because, like, there's already going to be a lot of people looking at that, I think. So this idea of, like, you know, hopping in, I know it looks like Drongo is going full time there, right? Fitz is coming back for that. You then got all the Age of Myth people as well. It's kind of tough. It's like I'm jumping from a small content pool into like one that might get a bit bigger initially, but then still be overbloated, right? I think what I've been taking a more serious look at is the potential for deadlock at the moment. That might make a little bit more sense for me. By the way, guys, this doesn't mean I'm bailing on, you know, AoE, just to really reiterate that to people, because I know they always worry. I'm still doing a lot of Age of Empires 4. I'm still doing more Age of Empires 4 content than I think any other commentator in the scene, by far. So yeah, chill on that. Don't worry about that. Oof. I might be a bit worried for Louis in game number 3, guys. He's going Abbasids up against HRE, which is a little bit funky. You miss every shot you don't take. You don't want... Well, you say that, but the other problem, Zeus, is like, how are you taking that shot? Because, you know, if... So if I'm streaming AOM, I'm not streaming AoE4, I'm not... like, you know, anytime you put into one thing, you're not putting into another, right? That's one way of thinking of it. The other issue I'm struggling with is on the YouTube side. YouTube is merciless when it comes to doing content outside of your niche. And although AoE4 and AOM are similar, they're different. So I'll have to think on that one. Yo, what's up, Corv? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I was going to cast some of the free-for-all games, but correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like you were casting them anyway. So I guess that's already covered. But appreciate the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good one. Not many streamers are European that stream AOM. Maybe. It's possible. I guess it depends on whether there's enough tournament play. Like, the thing I like about a lot of these new games, like Deadlock right now is a potential option. Then there's things like Supervive and Battle Aces. You know, even Stormgate has this. Like, the prize pool numbers are small. So I could realistically come in and maybe start, like, doing tournaments, which I know will generate more viewership to get sponsors. So, like, that's a real reason to consider it over AoE4. Is like, I think players are starting to calm down this a little bit now, but about a year ago, when I was seriously exploring trying to do regular show matches, the rates I was getting from a bunch of players, I was like, do you think I'm Drongo? Right? Like, I was like, I will lose money if I pay you this. I will continue to lose money for months and months. And I am not buying into the 2018 esports logic of you'll eventually make the money back. So yeah, it's a challenge. I'm definitely, for those who just came in, we're basically talking about like whether I should stream Age of Mythology and what I'm going to stream and whatnot. Still stream a lot of AoE4, but I'm looking at how I can mix it up. Can you turn on the EU servers? They come on soon, don't they? Wait, weren't they? I thought they were already on. Or is it 2? I thought it was 10 until 2. Is it not 10 a.m. until 2 p.m.? 2 a.m.? Was it 2 p.m. till... I don't know. Oh, weekend is earlier. That's why. Yeah. They're coming on soon. Yeah, guys. I can tell you Deadlock is really fun. I enjoy it. I think Deadlock definitely has some challenges to overcome that people aren't really addressing right now. So some of them is around like the power creep of a few elements in the game. I think denying is way too good in there. I do think it also would benefit from alternative objectives. But yeah, Deadlock has a lot of potential, man. I'm intrigued. I'm curious with Stormgate now because they've I don't know if you guys have been keeping track, but they just announced that they're going to have the 3v3 mode out before the end of the year, which I am excited for. I think if there's a way that they can reboom and bounce back from the early access launch, that is it. I hope they get their act together when it comes to performance, though, because frame rate has been an issue. If you guys don't want to suffer with frame rate issues, though, whether it's in Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 4, Stormgate, or whatever else you may choose, Deadlock definitely needs a new PC. There it is. FabLarp knows where we're going with this. !AMD. We are partnering with the folks over AMD and PC Specialists right now. If you want to do me a big favor, click on that link and go do some Windows shopping. Regardless of whether you definitely know you want to buy right now, I definitely recommend at least taking a look to let them know how much you appreciate them sponsoring hopefully one of your favorite, if not at least reasonable AoE4 content creators you support. And big shout out to Battleteam for that support right there. Much love, my friend. 3 months in a row! Look at that. Battleteam was like, I need a really good Civ flag to wave when I'm in chats. I know where I can get one of them. KP has one of them. KP has 16 of them. Hot damn. All right, should we get ready to go, though? Let's hop into this one. Because we finally might see something other than a win for the Chinese. Welcome back to the competitive AoE4, folks. King of Dry Arabia series, elimination series between Demu and LoueMT. Demu now pulling out the most powerful tool in his arsenal, the HRE. Louis on the other side, a rising star, but one that recently just got shot in the kneecap here, the Abbasid dynasty. Curious to see what Louis got in mind here. In fact, when I look back at the draft, did Demu bait him? You know what? I think what happened here is that this was a 50-50 coin flip. So, Demu fall back up against the wall. You had two choices really to get you out of the hole. Two powerful choices, HRE or Roos in his draft. I think this was a 50-50 play by Louis because I actually think Abbasid does really well against Roos. You can kind of mirror the TC booms and you get into that mid-game all cozy-like, right? And if you scale into the late game, I think Abbasid can handle the Roos quite nicely. They've got a lot of tools in their arsenal that make sense for that. Better so than when you're up against HRE. Because what Abbasids tend to hate is paced civs, fast-paced civs. Ones that have timings around these tech-ups. Because you can't really mirror that. And without fishing, you can't really block it from an age behind with things like Camel Archer spam. So I think Louis has a really hard game on his hands. And I don't think this actually changes much about that fact. Military wing coming in, I don't think is going to help much against what is likely going to be a big feudal commitment coming out from Demu. And what is up? Big shout out there to Joke Bear. Appreciate you, mate. You commit to 6 months in advance, now up to 14 months. What an absolute gem. 2TC. I don't know. Wait, do you really go 2TC here? Actually, yeah, because you know it's going to be 2TC on the other side, right? That makes a lot of sense. It's going to be like a long feudal. And the cool thing about this is, sure, you know, you have fresh foodstuffs, which makes your 2TC for Abbasid very efficient. But the HRE is able to gather the stone really quick if they need to, and they can also just bolster up. I don't think you go to this as a default action, by the way. Like, you already have a 40% better economy of Archon. So, like, playing into military could make a lot of sense. But the Archon, I guess he didn't have another choice for gold, right? So, like, ooh, does that clip? That might be in range of the second gold. If so, that's a big deal. No, dude, I'm living in La La Land. That's tiny. Okay, immediately over under the wood, though. Yeah, so, folks, this was simply about buffing the gold. Although I think maybe Ben could have gotten away with an extra tile across to buff the wood line deeper while buffing the gold. So it's a little bit unfortunate. He maybe... I don't know. I like to imagine he would have tested this, but, like, where's the extra tile? It's, like, there, right? I guess it would have only buffed about 6 villagers instead of this one, which will buff, like, 10 to 12. That's important because it means if Demu feels pressured and he needs an out into castle, he'll be able to rush it very quickly now. Staples now coming. The classic. Remember, the cool thing about doing military wing here is when you follow up with stables, you have every single unit type counted within basically 40 seconds of the age up. And you only commit 150 wood in terms of buildings to do that, right? And then 240 resources in units to do that. It's a pretty damn good deal. That's the whole logic behind the military wing play. I still do wonder if it would have been better to maybe play a bit more greedy here. I don't want to say eco wing. Maybe Culture Wing could have made a lot more sense. I'm trying to figure out if you just are forced to do this, but I'm not convinced you are. Demu does admittedly have a very questionable archery range location. He wanted to keep room for all the Arkham farms later on, but this is way too aggressive. Like, there's a risk that Louis just camps here and hits your archers when they come out. That being said, looks like he was just a second or two late. That's a big deal because if Demu took too much damage on the first 2 archers, he wouldn't be able to immediately attack you with 3. He'd have to wait for 4 or 5. And that would buy time for the horseman as well as a really good TC to come out. So we only got 1 horse, by the way. Demu immediately into those farms. Wait, what on earth? What time in the day did Demu play this match? It was about... Was it not like 3 or 4 p.m. UK time? In fairness, yeah, I've seen both Demu and Killjadi on LAN. At that point in the day is nap time for those two. So a little bit of a scuff placement on the Archon slightly. What Demu might have been doing here is baiting the idea of 2TC. I'm wondering if that's what happened here. Because the only reason like you logically do this is that you want to be right next to the stone. And that will help later. But I think maybe there's an element of like, if I drop the Arkin next to the stone, my opponent's going to panic that I'm doing a 2TC play and rush me. Which is really smart because then when you play 1TC and he arrives, you just counterattack him. We have very early blacksmiths coming out. But it makes sense, right? Like when you play Abasses, you don't tend to run into smiths quickly. And it means the horsemen are going to get pretty hard countered just by mass archers. We even have Spearmen now getting added in. Second TC is pretty decent, actually. Love this. Deer Shoving comes in. So Louis now going to be optimizing himself for a castle build. Yeah, and that's the problem. Demu needs to start moving out soon because I've seen this build a lot from the Abassids. As soon as they lock in on that goal, it's kind of obvious. I mean, the Deer does give him some longevity to play the Age. I'm just not really sure you ever want to. Against these Spearmen that have the default increased movement speed with the marching drills, you won't find an easy win, right? Like, Archers will be able to kite you more easily, Spearmen will be able to block you more easily. So I feel like Louis' best efforts are focused on finding a more greedy avenue of approach. I say as he drops the third stable. All right, screw the greed. This man has one thing in mind, and one thing only. See, LoueMT, from a very young age, he doesn't know how it got into his life, but he used to hear this song play in his ear all the time, and it stuck with him since he was a kid. Don't ask me how I know that soon. There are a few people in chat right now who are going to act like they don't know what that was the uttering of. But they know exactly that that was a nice little My Little Pony moment. Because this boy is going hard into the horseman. Oh, Demu, I think he might be leaning a bit too hard into archers right now. It's tricky, right? Maybe if you can find the exposed eco, it's worth it because you have the extra movement speed to run them down. And well, Wheelbarrow is coming through, but the timing might be awkwardly off by just a few seconds here for Louis. Archers now reveal themselves. Louis needs to move away quickly. But there is no moving away quickly. Not when you're missing the Wheelbarrow like this. Great hit. Demu just milking it for all it's worth as he will take out all the berry workers and 3 of the wood line. That is huge. Doesn't quite get the final one there, but that is still now a 3 eco lead against a 2TC build. Demu, it does come at a cost though. Scout goes down. He's playing a little bit blind, but we now have men-at-arms starting to be added in. And Gully, the reason you don't remember that tune is because your childhood was 2 weeks ago. You're still in diapers, bro. I'm appealing to the average age demographic of 30 plus in Age of Empires. Most of them will know what that song was. Willingly or not. I don't know, man. This looks awkward for Louis now, right? He has snuck his eco far north. Maybe if Demu just sniffs that out. I mean, that's the challenge now, right? Without a scout, you don't have a quick way of just scouting that out. You're sniping the eco still. I don't expect him to replace the scout either. He doesn't want to build stables right now. Speaking of stables units, Horseman going for the counter raid here. It's going to be a move into the main of HRE, but Demu quick on the breakaway. Doesn't give an opening, and instead, now this pivot north. Demu very close to sniffing out these extra villages exposed. Instead, it's going to be a dive underneath the secondary TC to block out the gold. It looks like Ben is trending towards a castle race here, where he wants to starve the Abbas's ability to do so as well. Still, this dive feels really hapless. I mean, the men-at-arms count isn't big enough to stay here for a very long time. Instead, the men-at-arms are just going to get sniped out. And I don't feel like Ben got much out of that. We don't really have many men-at-arms coming either. Farm count is reasonable at 10, but not out of this world. He's doing a good job of kind of just containing Louis at this point, right? Like, I actually think Ben is playing this quite well. I think 1 or 2 of these dives were overzealous. And that is important, right? Because every minute you kind of get a little bit too ambitious with dive, you don't find enough for it, Louis is going to continue to inflate his eco lead. It's almost like Demu got too much damage done with the initial raid, and now he's not finding as much value in a trade when he dives each time. It sounds very weird, but it's a thing that actually holds up quite factually true in a lot of games, right? So, like, coming from Dota 2, this used to be a thing. If you've killed a guy 8 times already, and he has the lowest net worth in the game, it's not really worth killing him anymore, because he doesn't give much gold, he gives practically no XP, and you could be doing so much more with all your efforts right now. You're so far ahead, you could be doing more damage elsewhere. And I think that's something you have to be very kind of cognitive of here if you're Ben. Is like, you know, you're pretty far ahead. Is it now worth more to, say, go Castle Age instead of continuously trying to dive this base with a feudal army? Especially this now on the way. Eco Wing. Despite all this pressure, Louis still found a way to get the resources together to go into age number 3. One thing that's awkward here, yeah, I was about to say, Louis needs Raxes. You can't play the opening of this age with just the Lancer spam because your opponent has mass spears already. So good read there. Gulems are going to be in the way, and the Gulems will be the perfect reset for Louis in this game. Your opponent has mass archer, mass spears. You do need to be careful not to go before you have enough Gulems because they will get kited. But this will at least stop Demu from continuously diving the base. And the tower for Louis, I can't tell you what's in it. It's definitely a military unit, though. I think it's the spearmen and the archers. Louis is just distracting a lot here. Demu finally going to realize what's happening, surely. He's wrapping around the east side now. Double racks begin the production. Gulems are now on the way. And surely this is where Ben says, okay, fair dues. Tech up it is. And for those wondering, like, why no Rams from Ben? It could have been a potential oversight, but I think more likely what's happened here is Demu wanted mobility. He doesn't want to kill buildings. He wants to kill the economy. Right? His real win condition is oppress his opponent, then tech up ahead. That plan didn't really come to fruition, but he's now going to immediately catch up. If you go Rams, you static yourself, right? You stay still for a long time against a Civ that you know is going fast castle because they've gone a handful of horsemen. They've gone 2 TC condensed on the gold. It's pretty obvious what they're up to. If you waste time building Rams, they could still achieve their goal, right? While gathering resources on the flank. By going for just mass infantry like this with the marching drill tech, you just keep circling the base like a shark. And the whole idea is you kind of Ouroboros him. You let him reach a point where he has to eat himself just to stay alive. And reminder people, this tower does not have 4 villagers inside it, unless those villagers have got handguns. No, there's 2 archers, 2 spears inside there. You can tell if there were villagers inside an outpost by the top bar here, because there's no snooze alert. There's no idle villagers. Well, LoueMT is going to be a fluff there. Louis able to intercept. No relics coming home right now. And also Lance is camping in the right locations at the right time. Louis. Wait. He's slightly out of range right now. He might be distracted. Gulems are chasing. Relic. No. What? Louis, that was almost genius. His positioning here with the Lancer, but instead he's distracted as he dives in on the east side of the base. So 1 relic is at least coming home for Ben. The whole army might also be coming home for Demu. I don't think he can hang out here much longer. Gulems now engaging. A double strike should make it an easy peasy win for them. Spearmen do start to flop dead. Yeah, and these are only hardened spearmen. They never got upgraded. The veterancy has at least come in the archers, but I'm starting to wonder what for. Doesn't really feel like it's been that worthwhile for him. Maybe a bit more justifiable over here. Is at least finding some extra villagers to chase down. But this is a trade on both sides, folks. The horsemen, the lancers, they went in. You can see by the worker kill count. It's not just Louis now losing villagers in this game. Demu might be losing more. Another lancer creeping in now. The nice thing about these rotations is he's kind of counting the relic count while also hitting the economy. Moving in again. No textiles there either. And a slow reaction coming out from Demu, who's distracted by these Gulem chasing him. In fact, Ben... Oh my god, dude, he doesn't know. He's not getting pings right now. There's no ping coming through on this. Well, Crossbow's finally going to be able to address it, but that was an expensive loss there. 4 more villages going down, and these are HRE villages worth their weight in gold. I think we're going to see a switch soon from Louis. Gulam's now coming into the men-at-arms spam. His problem, Heavy Maces is on the way. So Louis is going to need to look to a new unit comp, and it looks like crossbows are now on the way. In the meantime, the army is on the way south side. Villagers will have to garrison up, but there's 19 villages out here. That's too many. 9 overflowed here and exposed. They are going to get chased down. In fact, wait, that was more than... What? I think that was 11 villages. Too many in the area. So good hunt here. However, Louis has been 2TC for a while, and you can see the impact it's had here. He's still ahead by 15 villages. With the Golden Age effect as well, that does offset some of the power of Arkan Chapel. Yeah, Louis is ahead. Like, if we look at the numbers, is that raw true? Apparently not. It looks like Demu has a little bit more pumping for him still right now. And I believe... Is Demu going for a key drop? It's a lot of stone. I think you just save this for outpost, right? Like, he wants this gone for the extra farms, but I think you just now go for an outpost spam. Like, build a few outposts, fortify them, and then wait until you can get Imperial, and then build cannons in them. Maybe you build 2 or 3 Spring Order placements in the meantime. The more important thing for me is maybe some walling, right? Like, you've seen your opponents building Lancers, and you're still very open to Lancer raids. It's starting to feel like this 1 stone outcropping made the entire game weird. In so many ways, right? Like, the farm placements being off in this area, the blockers here as well. And now it looks like we have a move coming out. This is oh my god, it's an offensive keep drop. He's trying to take away the berries right outside of Louis' base, but we're getting even more ambitious than that. Okay, I think it's fair to say Louis most definitely got in Demu's head with game number 2. This right here is a direct middle finger objection to what Louis done in those last 2 games. Oh my god. Well, he does have to pull it back a little bit, but keep is now coming. And a staging point now to potentially go for a landmark victory on a delay. Louis, he still doesn't know. Even if he did, he can't dive it now. There's too many men-at-arms and crossbows coming out from the HRE. Also, keep in mind, when you run away like this, you always lose troops due to the extra movement speed of Demu's comp. Heavy Mace Wallops continue. This is just too many crossbows, dude. I don't see how Louis is meant to win this fight. Especially with this castle now almost complete. So men-at-arms are getting thrown away. There's a few archers left over to try and trade out up against the crossbows. I feel like there's enough, and if you're trading 1 Gulam for 1 men-at-arm on average, you're losing that engagement, remember. Not just due to the eco difference these two, but also due to the cost. 150 resources compared to 120, and at the end of the fight, it doesn't even look close. Double military advantage now for Demu. LoueMT is in trouble, and I think he now realizes the true extent of his pain. The castle goes up, is revealed to him, and this can now easily turn into a siege base. I don't think Louis got this anymore. Crossbows even going to be able to intercept the build-up on that siege workshop. Way too aggressive on the location from Louis. Demu behind this. How much did he get in the end? He got 2 sacred sites. We've got 3 sacred sites, 2 relics locked in. I don't think he's going in. I think he's just going to turn this into a kind of a death ball attempt here. Louis has now got farms on the way. He did go for the Fertile Crescent, which got buffed recently. So this is going to be fairly cheap for him, right? 49 wood per. I'm just not entirely convinced that this is a big enough lead for Louis now. It's a lot of passive gold coming from Demu. These Gulams are just so expensive to remass in a situation where a cheaper unit just feels like it outright counters you in this game. I'm a little bit surprised that he's prioritizing the melee attack techs over the defense melee techs. Just because you are up against Gulam spam, right? Wait, why is the Moss... No. 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 Okay, we're in a game where there's a slight advantage for Demu that's about to become an overwhelming advantage. He needs to address this ASAP. Crossbows have peeled off. A little bit of a weird offering given by Demu there. A nice kind of defensive option for Louis. However, with the crossbows coming back here, if he just targets this down, Louis pretty much throws the game away. I think Louis needs to build an extra mosque here. It feels sucky to have to do, right? It's a 200 wood building, and then you have to get another monk. But if you don't, the ramifications, the repercussions of that are so much worse. Crossbow men at arms moving in again. He's going to have to skirt this away. I like this actually from Demu. What he's doing is he's shifting out of range of the backline of Louis to try and engage the Gulam afterwards. Second wave is now coming in. That should be enough to break this Louis. Oh, my dear friend, I believe you may have made a slight whoopsie here. And a generous donation to the Benjamin Foundation. Damn, that's wild. Prelates with the head patting as well. I mean, crossbow count is seeing what, 15 versus 12. This is just not sustainable right now for Louis. In the meantime, he's also side investing resources into trebuchets to address the castle. That means lessen the defense over here. The only downside for Demu right now is, of course, he has to run across the map. The upside, of course, marching drills. Gets your infantry here so much quicker than any other civ. This is such a slow and painful death, man. Because you know it's going to happen now. It's undeniable. You don't have the economical advantage to reboom an army quick enough to stop this, right? It's already down to half HP. You have at least wiped out the men at arms. But more farms are needed in the interim, right? And that means less resources going into active unit production. There it is. It's fun on the way. Pulse swab is coming. All right, so temporary reset. Demu's going to back up a little. Louis, the tough part here is, yes, the mosque is still alive. All right, it didn't come to fruition the way we were hoping in the end. I say hoping because you don't often see a relics getting yoinked. But it's the Pulse Swabia now. Like, this difference is going to be huge. You know, Louis, if you think he's got a big economical lead right now, check back in 4 minutes. 5 minutes. All that hard work would have been for nothing. Men at arms are now here. It's happening. Like it or lump it, Louis. These relics are the property of the HRE state. They're about to be returned to their home. 3 prelates, the perfect number weighing for a big old heist here. LoueMT is about to be against a 5-relic Imperial Age HRE. And that is game. I don't think Louis realizes drastically just how much that is game right now. He's about to get a preview. He saw the relics taken away. He's about to get confirmation of Imperial. This game just became infinitely more difficult for Louis. He has at least got rid of the castle on the front side. He can at least push him back here. But you now need to hit the enemy economy like there's no tomorrow. Because in this game, there ain't. What a tricky one now. So how does Louis navigate these sharky waters? I mean, the other problem is he's not brute forcing the Swab because he has to brute force the Sacred Sites. Can we just highlight how absurd it is that Demu went Imperial, got 5 relics, and almost gets a Sacred Site win as well? Just process that for a second. Also, love to see this bug back. That's not intended behavior, guys. It's because he, I think, tried to decap a different Sacred Site, and it, like, unpauses the timer. It's really weird right now. There we go. Win condition has now been neutralized, but Demu has a new win condition. It's called, I have more money than you, so I can buy everything. Welcome to capitalism. Yes, Capitalism 101 is heavily armed men with maces and a lot of gold. Elite army tactics now on the way as well. Not much of a front line for Louis to hold in this area. Spirals at this point can only really just snipe range units. There's not much more they can go after, but LoueMT, I don't feel like this is enough. The men-at-arms are just doing so much damage here. This fixation on the backline doesn't help you. Crossbows aren't the thing winning the fight for Demu, it's the men-at-arms. Oy, oy, oy. A rough one to now watch, but you know what this does, folks? This develops a pretty cool series. It means that Louis isn't just going to steamroll this one. Demu has some bite back. One thing that does worry me a little bit is your opponent could potentially pick Ibids against your Rus, which I think is an okay matchup for IU. I think Rus aren't completely underwhelming there. But I'm just thinking of like OP picks left and whatnot, right? Like, you know, Louis already expended his OP picks. The clearest, most OP picks other than the Ibids. Meanwhile, Demu, I think, has really burnt his. He's already used HRE. He's likely going to be using Rus next game. Then we get into muddied waters. Like, if we go into the final picks, we're talking about things like Chinese, Zhone, almonds, Yuji for Demu. Then Louis, he's got Mongols, Japanese, Order of the Dragon, and French. I'm a little bit worried for the way this draft plays out if it goes full 5 games. But for now, Demu's main focus is going to be back on the board. That's what matters most, right? You've hemorrhaged enough already. You've now stemmed the bleeding. I feel like it's now just a matter of moments before Louis finally concedes the obvious. Don't you just love Pulse Swabia? I'm noticing a lot of kind comments about Pulse Swabia. One's if you guys absolutely love the Love Hotel. Two's if you think they should increase the room prices in this hotel. Why am I not surprised to see the most ones out of the prolific HRE spammer? Oh, it's absurd. This landmark is way too good still. It needs enough. It's always needed enough. I don't know why anyone has ever been listened to who says it doesn't need enough. The bare minimum, the reasonable thing, is it should not be cheaper than Elsback. I do not have a clue why it's cheaper than Elsback. I mean, I know a while ago HRE sucked, right? But like, having that Imperial Landmark remain strong and it takes so long to make feudal changes just meant that like the only comeuppance was potentially still fast cast fussing, right? It's similar with Japan right now. The buffs to Japan haven't really fully alleviated the real concern. Like they at least made a small subtle change around the early game with the Shinobi cost and, you know, the cheaper Daimyo, but we still have this rush imp. At least with HRE, we have a little bit of diversity now when it comes to strategy. Not so much when it comes to winning or losing. These guys still always seem to feel on top. Oy, oy, oy. HRE never was so strong. That's not true at all. Golly, you're too young to remember 2021, 2022. But there was a time when HRE was ultra busted, my friend. And actually, that's why they nerfed the Pulse Swabia back then. Because the Pulse Swabia used to have an extra 100% production rate, if you remember. So it's what, 4 TC effective now? Or was it 3? I can't remember. Was it 4 free now? No, I think it used to be 4 and now it's 3. Just double checking, my brain's being weird. Yeah, it's 3 TC effective now. It used to be 4 TC effective. It's ludicrous. Alright, 1 sec. I just need to... So let's get ready for another game. Let's mark a point in the board as Demu strikes back. Big Pog. The relics were busted, but not HRE. HRE with the old relics was most definitely busted. You're not getting away from this. It was busted. What's up, Davey Dave? You love my goggles. Thank you, thank you. I always feel like a bit of a bellend. Glad someone likes them. All right, so isn't Crackly always molding? Oh yeah, he's not going to stop molding. You're going to walk in him like in the dark, shaking in the corner. Oh. Now that's an interesting curveball. Chinese versus Ayabids for the next game. I would not have expected that. I just need to name that last one. 1 second. All right, there we go. So, let's switch over. A few patches, Delhi and Abba were worse, but most of the time, China HRE. No, I think HRE had a window where they felt pretty good. A few months in, like, I think it was early 2022, there was a few months where people were like, wow, this seems ridiculous. That was then, that led to the rise of the Delhi, where like Hill and Dale used to be HRE's jam, and then Delhi took over. Alright, you guys ready? That's not the correct bracket, by the way. If you type King of Dry Arabia, you'll get there. Here, this is the correct bracket. Although keep in mind, if you click on that, you're going to spoil the results of this series for yourself. So click it at your own despair. Should we get ready to rumble? Wondering, could he do anything different? All right, here we go, guys. Different game. We're going to see so much innovation out of the Ayabids. There's no way they just click a growth wing again, right? Let's find out. We hop into game number 4 of this elimination series in King of Dry Arabia between LoueMT and Demu. Demu, fantastic job to get back in it with game number 3. Can he now take us the full distance? Can he keep the dream alive with the Chinese? Because he's thrown quite the curveball here. The man did have the roost. A lot of people would have been anticipating that. But understanding that that can be a rough matchup up against the Ayabids currently, he throws this curveball in the form of the Chinese. And folks, this is an intriguing matchup if it gets late game. Here's why. In theory, China's pretty bloody favored, right? You've got your hands on the hand cannoneers with the extra 1.5 tile range, which, by the way, is almost a 50% increase in range. But on top of that, you have the speedy pass guard. What is intriguing about the Ayabids here is the quality of their gold-heavy units in the late game. This is going to sound a bit weird, but stick with me. If this Civ can get the majority of gold on the map, they can compete in Imperial. I've seen it. I've witnessed it multiple times against the Chinese. The reason is the Mamluk's Bravery. Mamluk's Bravery, the one that when you get a kill gives buff damage and buff movement speed, is insanely powerful with high base damage units. In the late game, the best units being Ghouls and hand cannoneers for that exact reason. So there is a chance. We're going to be sticking with 2 times speed for this early game as the techs come out. Looks like it was a military wing reinforcement play. And that's quite intriguing here, right? Like, the whole logic is you want to try to harass your opponent a little bit, block the stone. And because of the Barbican placement from Demu, that will be an option for LoueMT. And how are we looking on this sheep? We've got, what, 13 sheep compared to 10, so really important this deer placement does come in. It also locks in the goal, which is fortuitous for Demu, considering that unfortunate forward spawn. He did at least get the stone on the backside, though, and with the Gathering Ray, with an Imperial Official coming nearby, he should be able to pick this up quick enough before the initial Desert Raider becomes too much of a nuisance. Courtesy of that Barbican delaying the rotation for Louis by about an extra 10 seconds. We'll be looking to slow down the speed on this shortly, but because it's only one Desert Raider coming in against 2 TC build, there isn't really much else we need to catch on the map. Louis is about to give us a lot to pay attention to, though. Nice snipe out on the scout. But we now have a tech option. I think Louis is going to go the full 9 yards here. This should be, what, Growth Wing or Logistics? I honestly think you go probably Growth Wing here. Because your opponent's gone 2 TC, you don't need the scout. You don't need the dervishes straight away. You can force a delay on that. And he agrees. So Growth Wing did get slightly nerfed, right? It used to be 8 villages, now it's down to 7. You would go for Logistics Wing if your opponent hadn't built a second TC. The logic there is the way that China is able to compete economically is they would rush castle and then use supervision to pump out monks. So you need the dervishes. Now, because he's delaying himself with the second TC while going Song, which leads to an even bigger investment per minute of food, you have plenty of time to gradually go out for these relics. And yeah, I actually would love to see a speed up mod as well. Like, I've been begging for this for a long time. I wish the devs would give the modder community access to the tools necessary. I would love to see like a 1.2, 1.5, 1.8 speed modifier mode to see just how it would play out, how it would feel. It's an intriguing concept, to say the least. Chiganu coming in. Demu's just trying to rush castle now, right? As quickly as possible. This is the strain, though, right? Like, when you go 2TC Song, it does have quite the high demand. You're spending 400 food a minute on villager production. That is almost half of your current food income. Current food income that isn't sustainable is only working right now due to survival techniques and deer gathering. Once you move across onto the berries, once you move across on the sheep, it becomes much worse. In fact, I don't think he has many sheep left. He's down to 4 remaining. Yeah, this is going to slow him down a little bit upon arrival in the castle age. In the meantime, Louis looking to speed up. Double archery range drop coming in. We've already got the moss coming out, and the first dervish now on its way. So, given the state of the game right now, let me know, like, whether you're watching this live or later, who would you favor? 1's for Louis, 2's for Demu. Because we can see their intents, right? Like, Demu is relying on a pretty standard defense. The Chuganu is a little bit different, but that's because the Desert Raiders. Usually, you just expect to see Spearmen. And eventually, you'll see Nesta Beams. So, like, realistically, this shouldn't be a base Louis can break quickly. That drags the game a bit. I think what Louis needs to do in quite a rush is lock relics, but then also lock sacred sites. With that, you can force a very immobile army to come out to meet you, where Nesta Bees can't really win the fight. You know what? I think you guys need to win in a different way. Win on the frame count. You know, if you can't be a higher rank than Demu on the ladder, and Louis as well, you can at least have a higher frame rate. You know how you do that? By clicking that link in chat. Check it out. We're partnering up with AMD right now to start letting people know about the latest and greatest, the 9000 series generation of Ryzen CPUs. Some of the best on the market. Definitely go check that out. Click on the link to let them know that I sent you. I can highly recommend them, by the way. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I am currently using an 8-year-old CPU from AMD to stream, record, and run AoE 4. And for anyone who's played AoE 4, they'll know that's no small, easy feat, considering how weirdly demanding the game is when it comes to your hardware. So Clock Tower now coming in. And this should be the point where it's very hard to dive. But the upside, at least, is you can build siege in the field. The downside, of course, is you need extra siege when you're playing against Chinese, because Clock Tower is stupid. Really stupid. You know, last game we should have had Crackdy on the cast to talk about HRE being dumb, because now it'd be the perfect mirroring when we get to the next game, and he'd be defending China, and I would be molding about them the entire time. This Civ is still ludicrous to this day. Camelot's in the meantime. Do you see a fishing opportunity? A little expedition into the gold line here. Demu's going to be pushed back and off. That Manchinique is actually a big problem. I see that. Louis. Oh, no. No, he has to leave it behind. Spears will get in. The Chiganu can also shred it down. The Mango gets body blocked. Yeah, the Chiganu are going to go for the dive now. He won't even get a single shot out here. Big mistakes made. Louis did not hang around the choke points, did not stay far enough back with the Manchinique, and instead ends up losing it. Lancers are also starting to flop dead. Palace Guard are now coming out. LoueMT mistimed his assault. His intent was too clear, too obvious, too easy for Demu to push away. Oh yeah, of course camels know how to build siege weapons. You know what it is, guys? Because like with siege weapons, you have like those big kind of, what they call, not dowel joints, because that goes between the two. You know, like the big pegs that you hammer in to like keep the pieces of wood together, right? So like humans, silly little humans, have to use hammers for that. Camels just use their hoofs. And that's also why they're so quick at building it, is because they're hoofing it. Yeah, that was a long enough delay. Wait, then? ambitious. He thought this was over. Nestabees is on the way, and that should make it a bit more permanent. I've got deer gathering on the backside as well. The berries are just outside the confines at this point. However, Demu, these eco losses do actually hurt more than you might realize, right? Because at this stage, you don't have that 80+ villager situation, which is where you start to feel comfortable about granary transitions. He's still 10 away from that because of that harassment damage. So really important that he does lock in on these berries because he will need that extra little bit of runtime to make that farm transition as comfortable as possible. Camel's made better siege with pause. You know, it's actually interesting, guys. Have you ever noticed that we don't have any like dog type units in the game yet? That's for a really good reason. Age of Empires 4 doesn't have pause. I can't even press the button on that one. I actually just feel bad saying that out loud. From a competitive standpoint, that's actually a depressing reality. Anyway, we have got more siege now being built up. He's going to have to take a slower approach. And the slower this gets, the worse it gets, right? We still don't have 3 sacred sites locked in. That's about to occur. But it feels like there isn't really a pressure there now for Ben, right? This timing is very late. Meanwhile, Louis kind of reaching the limits, right? Final berry patch is the deer as well. After that, he also needs to look at a farm transition. One that is just going to be outright worse than the Chinese. There's no denying that. The quality of units is where Ibeds can feel good. They're very pop efficient for what they get. With hand cannoneer plus golems, they can afford it. Compared to what China has on offering, right? The issue is, of course, that late castle into Imperial switch. If you aren't at an advantage, it's a very big disadvantage. Now, Louis has at least prepped for the potential for that to occur with this build order. Having advancement wing available for Imperial is really important here. It enables the potential to reach that age. Having to spend 3,600 resources in this matchup in what's a fairly even game would just kill you. In fact, we're going to hit the speed up a little bit. Because we have got a little bit of a stalemate as the armies start to build up. Louis is going pretty hard on the siege. Demu has enough right now. The springle count is getting worrisomely high for Louis. So Demu might want to consider padding with more. But remember, these are clock tower springles. They are very tanky. So you need to target 3 on to get a trade on to 1 to kill. And oh, wait, was that a misplay there? The Nest of Bees came a little bit too far forward. Springles are now going to start trading out. Shuganu are going to start pushing this back. Anti-siege is winning for Louis, but the Nest of Bees shots are coming in. However, this position doesn't feel holdable. Louis, now with the buff starting to align with that backline, with all the Mamluk's braveries coming through, he should have enough to shove this back. Damn, well played there. Just kind of roped Demu in a little bit, and big mistakes made now in this game by Ben, where his farm transition has barely begun. He's only 8 farms in, and all of a sudden he needs to find a lot of food fast. I like this from Louis. If Louis just keeps leaning into this now, I'm not sure how Demu really recovers this. I mean, in theory, you can try to mass siege, but Clock Tower can't be supervised, right? That was removed years ago because it was so broken. So you don't have this quick way of pumping up these more healthy siege weapons. If Louis just leans east here and goes through the wall, he has blocker play now. He knows where the farms are. He just scouted it with a single Desert Raider. And Demu, he needs to rush up a keep. You can see his intent. Oi, oi, oi. I don't think this one's over just yet. If Louis doesn't move quicker than this, he's in trouble. A castle drop could really just stunt his ability to push in here. I mean, Louis, he doesn't really have a good army at dealing with his keeps right now, right? The Mangos aren't terrible per se, but the majority of his army are archer crossbows. He doesn't have any torches to commit to it. Good old Ben. Look at the rate he's doing this right now. This is without supervision. This is how desperate and in a rush he is. I don't think this is quick enough from Louis. I mean, first keep now on the way. No, this is too slow. He is going to see it. But he's going to waste time on the wall first. Castle now rushed up by 35 Chinese villagers. In a do-or-die moment, Demu, he finds a way to breathe. Yeah, and Louis now has to immediately back up. He does at least have the Sacred Site ticking down still. But he doesn't have this immediate tap onto the eco and a force GG. No. It's kind of sad. The Ibids have been out for almost a year now. And still, every time I see a Tower of the Sultan, you know when you have that that bar of power, kind of like what you see up here for Village Account. I almost just see it go down by 5% for Ibids per one they build, and that bar in my brain is win probability. I think I can count on one hand, in almost a year of casting Ibids, the amount of times where Tower of the Sultan has looked good. There have been more games of AoE4 that I've cast this year where a Siege Tower looks good than a Tower of the Sultan looks good. Oh, wait. But there is a good reason for us to like this coming out. This is how I get people to subscribe. Gotta get a sub train going if people don't want me to hit the follow key on this thing. Oh my god, the mangoes though. Demu. Looks like lost 4 or 5 there. This is a bit claustrophobic. Demu has got enough wood here to complete his farm transition with supervision, right? And the supervision is there, so if you look at the wood count, you see how quickly it's going to skyrocket. This is wild. This is also a vision advantage. If you can get this right, if you just leave a little bit of a tree line here, you can hide Springles here to snipe out Siege. Speaking of that Siege, Demu might get a freebie. But he goes for the Rams, which is intriguing here. You'd think the Tower of the Sultans would be the bigger target. I mean, they do have 20 less ranged armor. Doesn't care either way. Starts to trade it out. This is just one keep. Demu could have built a second one. Tower of the Sultans. Tower of the Sultan in this one. Both dead. Nesta Bees now able to get good shots in there. The huge cluster truck. There's that small choke point. Nah, Louis not breaking in here, man. He needs to move fast in this. It's mass range. He doesn't have a quick way of dealing with the siege weapons. Mangoes are going to get taken out. He has to dive under the keep. A fully garrison keep at that. LoueMT with a lot of range shooters, but if he cannot start to find economy kills, this is going to be worthless. Second keep now coming up from Demu to block any sort of pivot into the west side. Springles are at least going to get chased down, but there's so many villagers in the front line, and this army now looks truly underwhelming. The pull to try and block the keep is not going to work out. The Nesta Bees is finding immense value here. LoueMT, despite the fact he has 54 military right now, it feels like there's no way he can break this position. Oh man, dude, I can't believe that. How does he have 50 military still? And yet this looks so hopeless. Eco has at least been shrunk, yes. But behind this, Louis now has to make his own commitment. Mass farms are on the way, and that's what worries me. This kicks the game into a much later state than before. Unless Louis is confident he can stop the Sacred Sites getting decapped. Are you kidding me? LoueMT, by the tiniest of margins, keeps the win condition alive. Oh my god. The question now is, can he spread out on the map? Can he block all locations? Because I think that's what now scares me. If Demu can just get out, if he can sneak out, Louis is still very congested in the center. Demu, I can't believe that. He wanted that keep drop, you can see it. But the one Desert Raider, the one Archer pushes him back, and we are now 3 minutes away from a series victory for LoueMT. How does Demu keep himself alive here? It's starting to look like he's trying to do brute force here. We've got Nesta B spam. This is indicative of him going for the close Sacred Site. So Demu, the most likely play that's left to him is push with Siege, keep drop close to the Sacred Site, and then decap. I think that's actually the only option left on the table for him here. And he doesn't really have that many villages to commit to risky acts, right? Like, that defense cost him a lot. I think he lost like 20, almost 30 villages in total. Hell, you can see it by the worker kill overall in this game. This is sick, though. I'm impressed by Louis. A lot of players against China would kind of feel like they have to at least layer a second TC here. The fact that he's managed to do this, all in one TC, is bloody impressive. Here's the villager pull. Do or die time. Demu, it's going to be a double keep crawl. He's almost got the 1800 required for 2. Surely it's going to buy for the last piece, right? Second granary is up as well. So we do have a lot of food pump coming from Demu now, and it is going to be mass spears. Makes sense, right? Going past guard when your opponent has so many crossbows is a death sentence. Demu looks like he's creeping a few units out to the east side, but there is already a Lancer waiting there, so everything really just needs to be fixated on the center. There's a lot of siege actually on both sides at this stage. Demu, how do you do this then? He's backing up again, and instead it's going to be a 37 villager pull. That's what that is vile. I can't believe that. Has he timed this perfectly? Because Louis let up, right? Lancer, or rather Desert Raider, is not going to react though. The key drop cannot be stopped. No, there's no way. There's no way you stop him from getting this online. And once this is up, it's going to be a panic rush for Louis. One that if Demu's quick about this, he could intercept with. SB Springer's back at home, all ready to pump. Villagers rushing up the keep now. It's a blocker. A pause on the timer. 40 seconds from victories. LoueMT. Can he do this? Castle up. Step 1 to the plan coming together for Demu. Villagers are going to have to pass through to the west side. There's going to be an immediate marketplace drop here. Villagers, a few of them are going to shift onto the site, keeping that timer paused. Meanwhile, the spearmen run full east. This was a bait by Demu. By God, this looks like it's actually going to work. I don't see how Demu doesn't get the decap now. LoueMT, he thought he'd done enough here to make this awkward. Instead, double keep drop now from Demu. A decap on the east side. LoueMT is in a perpetual state of Benny Hills. That's right, you can just hear the dan 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 dan. I'd be playing it right now, but I don't want to get copyrighted. This is it. We're going late game. There's no denying it anymore, and LoueMT may have the farm transition complete, but now there's a risk of the villager lead that Demu can build here. That was sick. I can't believe that, right? So like we had... Wait. Okay, sorry, I'm blind. I didn't see this. I was like, pull the rest back. I was like, huh? So this is kind of crazy, right? He had a bait keep, which then revealed what he was baiting, which then turned out to not be a bait keep at all. It was actually the win condition. Wild from Demu. A bait converted into the play while the play gets converted into the bait. And this is so important now because it means all of a sudden Louis has to go back to that dark, dark place he was in before. He has to contemplate a dive into a base full of Nester bees again. And we all know how that ended last time. Last time the keeps weren't quite up, so there was some hope. Now it's double castle, 5 Nester bees, which is over double what he had to defend with last time. And those things are tanky enough that the Spirals cannot immediately solve the problem. So I think instead, Louis is likely going to just back up here and try to go imp. In fact, yeah, it's already on the way. Advancing wing coming in just 40 seconds here. Demu is not going to be far behind him, though. In fact, something more vile and sinister could happen here. Demu, by drawing all this attention west side, could now go for a Great Wall Gatehouse drop on the other 8k gold. Remember what we said about Ibids. It's a civ that can fight the Chinese in the late game if they have the majority of gold. Now, he does have the majority of passive gold here, with the relics, with the sacred sites. But the gold you can rush right now is in the dominion of Demu. Villager Garrison's going to come in, so that's going to reset this attack. Tech ups in from Louis. Demu, not far away himself. Looks like outposts in the meantime are getting cleared up, and that is intriguing. Wow, so Demu is just going to take a very safe play here with the Great Wall Gatehouse. Secures a 4k gold vein and also an additional few tree lines. Damn. I mean, that's a little bit surprising, but I think it's just too risky to come out now, right? Before the tech up, maybe, but now that your opponent's complete that tech up, now that you're losing control of the 8k vein, you just kind of need a safe tech. You can't afford that type of mistime where, like, you go for the tech up, you cancel, run back home. An extra 30, 40 seconds there would be the backbreaker. So, Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. And the reason it's such a backbreaker here, guys, is because Demu's playing so much Siege. If he was, like, mass infantry, I don't think you care as much about waiting an extra 20, 30 seconds. But Shutter Triggers is going to be a big deal here. More villages now down as Demu. Now behind by almost 10 eco. Great Wall Gatehouse will at least go up. That does mean that Demu has the goal to get his techs going. But this is rough right now. LoueMT, he's fully upgrading into this army. I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing a hand cannoneer switch yet. But I'm wondering if now with the 8k vein secure, that's next on the menu. Good old Nesta Beast. There's no way you dive this, by the way. You just have to take your time. Louis moving up the trebs now. Meanwhile, Demu now trying to claim the east side. So how does Demu get out of this jam? Louis doesn't have walls, and that's a really big deal when you're in late game against the Chinese, right? Because Palace Guard spam could end you. Weirdly enough, we're not going that way, though. It's just raw spear spam from Demu. Why don't pros go for the last upgrade for mining? Yeah, it costs a lot. It's quite expensive, right? Like, even the Age 2 is kind of... It's a weird one because I find quite often for players... Because it's a limited resource as well, compared to other techs, it doesn't feel as rewarding, right? Like, going for lumber tech at this point, if you think about cumulatively how much wood is left on the map, we're talking northward of, like, 20,000 easily, right? 30,000 even. If you think about how much gold is left on the map, right, it's going to be more like 20k max. Yeah, so, like, for most players, is it more efficient? Yes. But, like, is it the thing that you get the longevity out of? No. Food and wood, you get so much more longevity out of gathering 15% faster. Because one of them is infinite, and one of them, in a lot of games, feels infinite. Because there's just so much to gather. And damn, what a strike there. Demu, with just a spearman mass, able to sneak around, finds a bunch of the villages out on the gold. He's even now going to find some of the farms, and all of a sudden, they're now neck and neck on villager count. Yeah, and that's going to force a retreat, right? Louis has to react to this. So Demu able to eliminate any risk of a Sacred Site victory again in this game. Now creep around the back. Louis switching into mass golems. We talked about this in the other game, right? That this is a very strong comp, actually, for the Ibids to lean into. The logic is that by going in golems and hand cannoneers, they're already some of the most pop-efficient units for DPS and even health, actually, in the late game. Where they really accelerate is the Sultan's Mamluks. The Mamluks Bravery effect that gives the 25% increased damage, 20% increased movement speed is ludicrously effective when you're talking about units that have high DPS output. Hand cannoneers, one of the highest, right? 35 base damage. Getting that increase in damage is like having a second gunpowder tech. Then the golems, with a double strike, hit like a truck. 30 damage across 2 strikes in just over 2 seconds. And the interesting thing about these type of units as well is because they have such high base damage, such high DPS output, they're the most likely to receive this Mamluk's Bravery buff. A little bit of a rain on the farms. Remember, Louis can't really afford eco losses. He doesn't have 2TC, boom, right? He's not Song Dynasty like on the other side here. And that's also, by the way, why Demu hasn't rushed Yuan Dynasty here. I mean, there's not many units that would benefit right now, but his economy isn't big enough to justify it. He's still got a long way to go, so Song remains very valuable here. Gold rush. Demu just trying to get what he can. We're seeing him starting to try add in hand cannoneers here. A little bit of an awkward thing to do when you don't have reliable gold access. The armor tactics in the meantime on the way for Louis. So that's already in for Demu. So correct read there. Lee Army Tactics is just critical here. And a big edge Chinese has is their ability to research those Unitechs at an accelerated pace. STBs though. This is the problem right now. I think Louis kind of brute forcing the fight. STBs move in. Slow reaction out. A lot of the knobs are going to go down in the trade out. But in the end, it looks like Louis has to focus fight that backline. The time wasted killing the knobs keeps the Springles alive and guarantees the second part of this fight is a heavy win for Demu. A big win, especially, right? Like, now this is important. Louis, he's reached a size where he's starting to trickle troops. This is no longer effective. Gulam's going to move in. They have got the double tap to try and take on the Springles quicker. But against this many Nesta Bees, this is a futile effort. I can't believe this, man. That was sick. That was so sick. Demu has been playing out of his mind in this game number 4. Usually when this man is like, okay, nap time to go bed, bye-bye, he's never looked more switched on. Yeah, the double bait, he had this interesting exchange where he basically just forces Louis' hand by sending the Nesta Bees in. You don't normally see this, by the way. A lot of the time when there's a Springled trade, you wait with the mangoes, you wait with the Nesta Bees. But when Demu's got this many Nesta Bees, you just hit the A-Clec. Now, a really shaky affair for Louis. Because all of a sudden, for the first time in what feels like a very long time, Demu now has the military lead. Overall, and I think soon in bio as well. Past guard spam underway in a game where, as it stands, LoueMT doesn't really have any real walls here. Nothing to protect him. Past guard are about to start exploiting that. This is before Yuan Dynasty, by the way, so this will only get worse. But now Demu definitely feeling the sting, definitely feeling the pain though. 10 eco behind, but looking to return favor and bring them both back down to a lower villager count. That he will, man. Both flanks. This is crazy. Wait, has either of them been over 100 eco in this game? I'm trying to remember now. Maybe briefly, but neither of them have reached maximum pop on their economy in a 36-minute game that involves Chinese. That's wild. And yeah, tell me of any other Civ that could still be alive with this many losses. It's just Chinese things, guys. Lose 141 villages in just over half an hour. Still be winning the game. And I really think he is now. Hand Cannoneers is coming in on both sides. And yeah, you have that extra damage buff I talked about, but you still have to overcome the initial pyrotechnics issue. Remember, that's the tech that gives an extra 1.5 range to the 4 tower range Hand Cannoneers. Keep drop now being rushed up. These things have been the bane of Louis' existence in this game. Feels like almost every single Demu keep dropped here has been critical to his success in this game. I don't think he's really had any kind of floundery type castles. Maybe the closest would be the second one is based next to the clock tower, but outside that, each one of these keeps has been intentional and critical to keeping him alive in this game. And still more villagers dying on the backside as well. The Pass Guard just are non-stop, and with all that extra HP from the Battle Hardened, from the Elite Army Tactics, they just don't die quickly. So what do you do now if you're Louis? We've got a second town center now coming in. He's in a recovery arc. Scary part about a recovery arc is that means you're going deeper and deeper into the Imperial Age against a Civ that is rated against almost every other Civ in the game when it comes to Imperial Plus. Right, it's that taxation, it's the usage of the late game gold, right? It kind of just eclipses most. Still, no stone walls. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what Louis' thought process is at this stage, right? Like, you know Palace Guard are coming. It's almost like he's just very stubbornly saying, I can deal with it. And he's about to learn the hard way that he most definitely cannot. PG moving in as the 8k gold vein is about to be exhausted, but that's still going to be 30 villages exposed. Louis might be saving grace that he needs to get them out of idle mode here, but the Palace Guard are going to start moving in first. So Demu now with a 20 villager lead, looking to extend it further. LoueMT hitting the back. Meanwhile, on the front line, no easy break in here for him. Handcannons are now here. Nesta B, Springald's still dominating the fights for Demu. Louis trying to push that away now with the Culverins, but these Nesta Bs still holding their own. And it feels kind of tunnel vision-y, right? Like the handcannon is left behind to trade out here. Looks like it's going to be an initial win for LoueMT. I'm just not sure there's enough backbone to push past this. In the meantime, his economy is suffering. All farms are getting idled out. LoueMT now under 70 villages. This is ludicrous, man. What a trade as well. It's awkward because you watch the center fight and you're like, wow, Louis won the fight. Demu's in trouble, but then you have to ask the question, what next? Where do you go? How do you turn this into a real win? Yeah, you got to fight. You temporarily delayed gold gathering, but at the cost of your next wave. You do not have the food income right now to afford 20, 30 more golems, which is what you'd realistically need to continue the push. Oh, no. Palace Guard remind me of the paratroopers from Company Heroes 1. These guys feel like they got rocket launchers in hand, and then whenever you think you're about to kill them, they just retreat back home. It's a frustrating unit. It never really feels like you're able to address them if you don't have those walls up. And especially when you're going Golem hand cannoneer, right? There's just no mobility here. And all you have to be conscious of is up to this point, this has just been Song. I think we're getting close to the Yuan Dynasty point. Right? Like, Demu's probably going to wait until about 120 to 130 eco, but then he'll pull the trigger. And with that movement speed, this game will no longer be even remotely close. And yes, I would say Company of Heroes 1 was the best Company of Heroes by far. Dawn of War 1 was also the best Dawn of War by far. I think a lot of people, like, for the flat they give Relic nowadays, and be like, oh, why would they trust AoE 4 to Relic? You guys got to realize, actually, like, early 2000s Relic was on par with the absolute best RTS developers in the world, in my opinion. I'd say they were only fractionally behind Blizzard at that point. And zoom, zoom, baby. You know what is top tier, absolute best in the world? 1.58 movement speed, men at arms. And yes, his attacks drop-off point, I think that change was recent. The more ludicrous thing is how you can just see all the village. Oh, look at that! The timing was perfect. This is like having map hacks. You just see so much more than just the villages. Palace Guard will make their way in again. Villagers also, because of that, got scouted on the west side gold, so a blocker there as well. Not that he really needs it right now. Demu, about to exhaust the 8k, he still has 2.2k up here as well. And remember, the taxmen can at least pad him in between. The game where he's almost got the amount of hand cannoneers he'd realistically need here. Am I then watching this game thinking if Louis just built stone walls on the flanks, there's still a chance, right? Like, how many times does this exact thing have to happen before you admit you need walls, right? Like, how many points in... Like, you know, I guess the irony is you're playing against China, the Civ that built a great wall, and yet you're the one that has to worry about barbarians raiding your farms. It's tough in some ways because you have to basically idle eco and you have to gather stone instead, right? Like there's a trade-off there, but I think even some small walls to at least kind of create a center point to push into might have been a good idea here. This now feels pretty hard to win. Nesta B's once again going in for the flurry. Spring start stepping back as they trade out with the Culverins. Golems are going to be thrown to the wolves though, so good strike there. Louis able to wipe the siege mass. However, at home, Demu able to wipe even more of the economy. Reminder that not long ago we had Louis, I want to say it was about 120 worker kills. Actually, no, I think it was 144. I think it's barely moved. About 140 worker kills when Demu had, I think, maybe 20. This is a drastic turnaround. It's only getting worse. Still, Palscar just able to run in with impunity here. I think Louis is kind of approaching the end, right? Like, Demu on a delay now is starting to switch more and more into hand cannoneers. The Pyrotechnics should always be the MVP in the fights. Like, in a way, the Palscar are a liability right now, because by having the pass guard, your opponent can hand cannoneer snipe them, and then they get the buff, so they have a chance. But like in reality, now with the economical difference between the two, I don't think that even works out for you. The PG spam is just getting too strong, and once again, like I feel like a broken record going back to those stone walls, but think about it this way. You build stone walls instead, that's 20 less military pop you have to keep on your back farms. Right? Like, you would not believe right now Louis has like 30 Golems, right? You'd be like, oh, he has 8 Golems left. No, he still has 30 Golems. They're just never here. So he's getting wiped out on both sides. Look, the hand cannoneers are going to be a bit exposed here as the Mango will get some shots in. It's a good hit, actually. It's exactly what Louis needs right now. I'm more worried about what he's about to get next. He's about to get hit hard. Nice little raid coming in on the east side here. There is going to be a Palscar reaction to that now to shut that down. So at least get a stay of execution for Louis. Gold is something I am a bit worried about, though. Louis is about to exhaust the last vein he has. And, you know, unlike the Chinese, you don't really have this taxation. You do at least have 5 relics working for you. But Golems are more expensive than Palscar, right? 5 gold might not sound like a lot. It adds up quickly. And for both of them, the hand cannoneers is an expensive, luxurious item here. Ironically, in a game where we expect Louis to be the one needing the wall, it's actually going to be Demu. A little bit too ambitious, a little bit too early. Demu is going to have to start backing up. He needs to bring the entire army here now. This is actually big, because if Louis loses this army, he can't reboom it. This is 75% of his hand cannoneers. This is the perfect fight Demu needs. If he can win this one right now, Louis does not have the gold to back this up again. And here he comes to the backstab now. Palscar's starting to trickle in. Means the hand cannoneers can just freely trade out. Villagers rushing past to try and finish off the wall. And that's going to be a wipe of the backbone of Louis' army. This is it. This is exactly what Ben needed when he needed it most. Gold is gone. 80 left in that vein. After which, whatever Louis has is all he will have. Nemo Demu, look at the healthiness of this. 20 plus Palscar still. Almost 20 hand cannoneers. He's done it. He's weathered the storm. The ultimate game of defense. The craftiness of those side strategies to allow him to get deep enough to exist long enough in this game to thrive as the Chinese. In fact, I'm wondering, has maybe chat kept up with this a little bit better than me? Every time I've looked up, I have not seen 200 pop. Has this been a non-200 pop game the entire time? I think so. Close to. I think maybe Louis in age 3 there are points. Absolutely insane game though. Demu, he's found the freebie. There's just not enough military to guard the farms anymore. Hand cannon is going to mop up from behind, and GG is going to get called. Demu, with one of the most miraculous and incredible Chinese holds we have seen in 2024. Damn. Crazy game there. I wouldn't call that a Louis throw, by the way. People are quick to throw out like the term Louis throw. He's in a panic. He should have known the wall, sure. But like, I think that's the type of game where that discredits what Demu done, coming back in that to win that. That's the bigger, more impressive detail to me. Let me see. What would we call that one quickly? The bait of the bait. The keep is a bait. Spears are a bait. Everything's a bait. Let me just name that quickly. Oof. All right. So, having a look now, we go into a deciding game. Reminder those just tuning in, this is to stay alive in the King of Dry Arabia tournament. The final weekend of which will be this weekend, by the way. I won't be tuning in for that. I won't be joining that. I'm going to be busy with the Stormgate tournament that Beowulf has organized over at Stormgate Nexus. So you'll be able to catch me there doing the hosting duties. But to keep himself alive here, the Roos is now going to come out. The question is, are the gloves off here? But you just saw Demu able to pull one back against very powerful Ibeds there with the Chinese. The final game is going to be Roos versus Japanese. I'm not sure Roos fares much better than French here. I mean, they're a little bit better, but not much. So maybe he tries to send it in feudal? I guess we can find out. Just catch up with chat a second, then we'll hop in. That's true. I find Demu does get the most wild late game situations more often than most. Like people always talk about Beastie as a late game guy, right? I think sometimes Beastie has games where he's like, it's almost like he's playing with his food into the late game. Whereas Demu's like, just, it's so off the beaten path, you end up in Wild Town Central, right? It's a completely different type of beast. So, one sec. Let me just double check. I got spammed a message. All right, yeah, we're good. Let's get ready to go. Music to my ears, these very words. We go to a game number 5 decider here in a best of 5 lower bracket series between Demu and LoueMT in King of Dry Arabia. And I don't know where my UI went. Let's get that back in there. That's right. This is the Dry Arabia exclusive tournament. We're deep enough in that you'd expect them to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. But by some miracle, Demu held on to the Roos this deep in. Roos that were nerfed. I would not say that they are a first tier pick, a first tier ban, but they are still quite potent. However, I think Louis actually has a good answer to it here. Japanese, a pretty solid one. I feel like this matchup in a lot of ways plays similar to French versus Japanese, Jeune versus Japanese, where it turns into a mass cav game on both sides in Castle. And that is something that's very hard to bank against the Japanese with. The Mounted Samurai prove quite potent. The question mark now is going to be, have the recent nerfs been good enough to ruin that particular build? Maybe, because Louis is doing something very different here. We've got Stone Gathering at minute 1. What is he up to here? What is Louis up to? You know what? We will have the clear picture in about 2 minutes, which is just enough time for you guys to click that link in chat and go across to the website to check out the new AMD Ryzen 9000 series. We are partnering with them this week. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. If you want to let them know that you love that they're paying KP, they're sponsoring KP, they're integrating with us, clicking that link is how you do it. This is 2TC, right? I think this is 2TC. I mean, it feels like too much stone gathering too early. So the logic is like you gather enough stone here, you get the rest of your gold trickle as well, and then you munch the straggler trees. Kura Storehouse is coming in as well. That's going to be a tight one. I mean, they did buff the level 1 Daimyo, right? Like, they took it down by 75 stone. The alternative is this is like an opening of the Bannerman with the Uma Bannerman. I'm not a big fan of that here because of the Kremlin. So it's almost like if Louis doing that build, I think he was assuming that this was a Golden Gate because more players have been experimenting with Golden Gate again, which sort of makes sense here because between these two, they're both probably thinking Fast Castle because it's a relic race, right? So I think what's happening from Louis is he's going maybe Bannerman as a blocker. No, there you go. Confirmation in. He's continued to gather. This is 2TC. Okay, that's cool. Meantime, Demu likely to be playing into a fast castle type build here. Love the deer push in just to kind of cluster it for a hunting cabin drop. Kind of unfortunate though. I think you would have benefited more from the hunting cabin here so you can generate the gold on the tree line. But then you would have probably needed some small walls here to feel safe. It's weird with Kremlin. Like Barbicans you'd always push in here. But I think with this type of spawn, the hunting cabin on the tree line would have been better. Remember guys, you do not get bounty from killing the deer anymore. You get it from gathering, which is why you're going to see Demu continuously trickling gold in as he gathers from these food sources. So second TC here is probably going on the gold, right? Yeah. Oh, this is sick. This is actually sick. So if you're Louis, you drop the TC on the east side here and then shove the deer in. And then you have your berries and your deer safe. That's also a big enough gap between the primary TC and the secondary to start spamming farms in between and to gradually upgrade the Shogunate. In fact, I think it's highly underrated to upgrade the second TC into a Shogunate. Because this is already very bulky at 7k, whereas your secondary TCs have 2.5, right? So actually escalating them up to Shogunate is very valuable. It also kind of extends out into the map. So like in that situation, you're then protecting your gold with the rocket launcher. Let's hit the speed up a little bit here, because I don't see any aggression coming out. Demu's going 2TC for sure. Damn. They're going to be timings as well. And wow, he goes wide. Straight into the deer. Demu sees it though. Too late to stop it. He can try to lame the deer a bit, but love the micro from Louis. Just denying most of the push away here, keeping it tight. And big shout to Cam in with a resub. 9 months now. Congratulations on the pigeon baby. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll have a real pigeon baby in a month. Whoop. Second TC is in on the deer location though. So they basically mirrored, but Demu's is a little bit better because he locks in the gold. That's why I thought what we'd see from Louis is lock this, push in with the scout. Kind of surprised he didn't go for it because I think there was enough time. But he wanted to see what his opponent was doing. He wanted to guarantee that it was a 2TC boom and not some sort of night rush that could have left him exposed. Outpost also now coming up. Scouts are going to be a little bit annoying. In fact, I don't think that's enough villagers. Louis. This is uncomfortable. Yeah, there we go. More villagers are coming across now. So outpost is going to go up. That's enough of a threat. We'll get it up just in the nick of time. Enough stone gather that I think we're going to have, yeah, Daimyo is going to be on the way here. Let's slow this down on the one-time speed as we're starting to kind of ramp up here. Stables being dropped. So this is going to be the Uma Bannerman opening, which is smart because that should force a reaction out of Demu. Weirdly enough, his reaction is already on the way, though. Militia moving in. How's the new Roos? Imba or balanced? I would say it's still a strong civ. It's just not as ludicrous. For anyone who's like upset about the bounty nerf, I mean, sorry, but I'm just going to bluntly say it was needed. Bounty was not a fun system. It was a complete negative for the game in its previous format. This is a drastic improvement over the prior. I'd say Japanese is still like maybe a C tier. I think Roos is down to like strong B, maybe A. I think they're still really good. Okay, actually, maybe A. Like, I think Roos is still pretty solid. And the thing is with the bounty change, like sure your initial hit is weaker, but you scale much better into the late game now, I think. There's a lot more gold being gathered. Like this is the thing. Before, a deer would immediately give you 10 gold, which was absurd. But now, they give you 35 gold over a delay. And get your numbers in, folks, because someone else is going to be giving a lot of gold. High trade house here. A little bit gutted it wasn't deeper. That big tree line was kind of desirable, especially with the stealth forest. Like, this would have been the pristine location. But with the Bannerman on the way, Demu could not afford the risk. Bannerman is going to be a little bit annoying here. Better slow down the tech timing a little bit here. Demu. Quick enough on the pull away. Is not going to lose any of the villagers, and the militia will be able to mop up the first Japanese cavalry unit. Only one villager kill for it as well. Not really worthwhile. Louis, about to start his tech choice. Is it going to be the standard? Have they finally done enough for the Temple of Equality? From the man, the one person I've seen that makes Temple of Equality work. Time to find out. Oh, of course. You know, the best part is, and this wasn't even intentional, Winston just turned up in chat to see that the the buffs and nerfs weren't good enough. So high trade house, 151, pretty good. And no, I stand by it. The new bounty system was just like nerf to Roos's opening. Because the thing you have to keep in mind is like, you got paid to build scouts, right? You force your opponent to engage in that game, and then you get infinitely more vision and information on the first 5-10 minutes of play than your opponent, because you have free scout, right? That was the nerf. The buff is everywhere else around it. Like overall, the bounty system, I think it was a good change. It kept Roos intact, in my opinion. It just changed the way they play. And I think that's especially important in a feudal-heavy meta, where like just having free scouts gave you way too much information. It was impossible to make any sort of crafty, sneaky, underhanded play when you played against the Roos. So horse archers are arriving from Demu. You know, it's funny, Demu's one of very few players that I still see frequently do this. The awkward part is that Louis has got stables, so like the smart choice here, I'd say, is just switch over into Vet Horsemen and spam. They're really effective. I mean, you can sort of make Mountain Samurai work, but especially with the nerf to Yoroshiro's production speed, it's slower, right? Whereas if you go Horseman, it almost feels like you're playing a buffed version of Yoroshiro. He did have the correct reaction, though. You guys know what the ultimate counter to horse archers is, right? I mean, seeing as Winston's watching, we can ask him, when are the horse archers getting the hop buff? Give him a little hop, you know? A little bit like a Shinobi Shunshin, but instead they jump through the air. Louis' classic lol. It's like, just in case you didn't know, I got a relic. Meanwhile, Demu's like, okay, cool, bro, I've got 3. Make it 4. Good for you, though. You really showed me with your 1 relic game. Looks like Samurai are going to be able to sneak in here. Remember, Demu, any eco losses here does sting. He's behind by a few villages right now. He has got the padding of the gold, right? Like, so mathematically, he should be ahead at this stage. I wonder if that can change drastically, though. Like, we have just seen Fudasashi coming through, so a big escalation to berry gathering. That'll allow Lee to compete. And we should have this scaling factor with the daimyos. Dive in. Wait, what? Demu, this is the worst place to be right now. Horse archers just trying to find targets. But Demu losing a huge chunk of the raiding army. Oh, man, that was ugly. I can't believe that, man. I don't think he expected this many outposts. He just dove into a triple sprinkled emplacement defense with TC at his back. That is it. I mean, Demu, he's quick on the reboom here. He's at least going to have the boys' fortitude soon to make him a bit more tanky. But Louis, in like an uncomfortable phase in the game, now gets an opportunity to start creeping out for more. More outposts coming up. And an important timing as well, as the gold was about to exhaust. Japanese can't counter horse archers properly. Now, clearly, someone's never heard of the Yumi. Yeah, so here's the problem. To kind of dissect Adley's point further, you can screw up the Japanese with horse archers if the Japanese are playing an RTS. But as we can see very clearly, LoueMT is playing a tower defense game. Damn, I can't believe this. I think Demu, the awkward part is like usually this type of throwaway is fine a few minutes from now when you've got a transition on the way. We haven't. Demu is still in the Horse Archer phase. Right? He hasn't set up mass farms. He can't afford to start spamming up Knights himself or going into Horsemen to raid the enemy economy. He's far away from that stage. So this is a delicate and painful phase of the game. Like, look at the Samurai count right now. It's actually not that far behind the Horse Archer count. I do still wonder if Louis would have been better served by Horsemen, but it's almost like he's a bit paranoid that he's being tricked into a switch. So it's a good thing he kept his cool here, because Knight switch is now on the way for Demu. I just saw someone talk about balloons in the chat. Is it weird that my brain immediately thought of Cossack's hot air balloon tech? And I was like, that's probably the most like broken single tech I've seen in RTS. For those who don't know, like Cossacks, which was a game inspired by Age of Empires, it had a tech in the late game that permanently revealed the entire map. You heard me correctly. Which is crazily OP, right? Because AoE 4 has that on China in the Castle Age. Hey! Imperial Palace is wild right now. Damn, Louis is just unhinged with this count. So much food in the bank as well. He's rushing it all. Extra gold now being gathered. Is there ever a transferal here? I feel like there's not, right? It's probably just going to be continuous Mount Samurai. I mean, Onabagisha becomes sustainable eventually here, right? But you don't really want to be building it when there's a risk your opponent's going Knights. Samurai have to back away. More outposts are coming up. I mean, this is just the correct call, right? Like, I actually think Louis might go Imperial. Which is wild. You wouldn't really expect an Imperial Age rush out of the Japanese here. Outpost now getting garrisoned. More spirals are coming. This is the nightmare right now for Demu. Oh my god, he wasn't ready for this. I mean, I know the Japanese like their outposts because, you know, emplacements are kind of for free because you get all that extra stone. But I don't feel like you expect 11 outposts from the Japanese at 17 minutes, right? Triple outpost defense on every single gold vein. It's making this impossible. I mean, even the Knights now, look how quickly they die to these defenses. 40 damage per strike, and practically no ranged armor percentage-wise, right? Like, you're what, 5 ranged armor? 6. Still, you're reducing 15% of the damage you're taking. Demu's kind of just in a bit of a death swell here, I think. The running risk is that, like, this amount of Samurai count, I think it just continues to scale. And you can see Demu's just trying to find something you can strip away from him. It's wild as well. Like, you think maybe Demu wouldn't need to push this hard in a game where he has high trade house. He's got the extra gold that comes trickling in from the hunting cabins. You know, he's sitting on 4 relics. He could just go 3 sacred sites and pivot between them. But I think he's really paranoid about the amount of Samurai count getting too big. And the reason it's now getting so big is because he's losing so many Horse Archers. Meantime, the amount of gold on offer here still for Louis. Right, 2.8k over here. He's got, what, 2.4? Yeah, this is enough. I really think this is enough for him. And he's going to creep out even further for the 8k vein on the west side. I'm getting a creeping feeling this is close to over. Ben's going to try something to make it better, though. This is intriguing. Imperial Age. At this stage, you have to upgrade the archers, right? Which feels weird. But I guess in theory, Gallop, it could be good. I don't know, man. I haven't seen a single game where Gallop won the game, right? Like, before that change, back when horse archers were OP, sure, you see it all the time. The extra range was insane, but since this change, since this era of horse archers, Gallop has always looked like a weird ability. Guess we're going to have to see how good it is here. High Armory now on the way for Ben. His tournament life on the line here. Whoever wins this will continue through in the lower bracket, the King of Dry Arabia. The other will be shoved out for good. Outpost creep continues. Absolutely wild. Mount Samurai now on the choke point. Not the fight you want here. Really not the fight you want. Even the trees feel a little bit scuffed with this big of an army ball. High Armory on the way. Has he at least got the walls up? Yes, he has. So this should delay things, but look at the timing. Louis doesn't skip a beat. Castle the Crow in the center of the map to secure the other 8k vein. Demu now waiting behind the tree lines. We do see him immediately queuing it up. Mounted training on the way. Elite tech as well. And sure, Louis is going to be a little bit later on the tech time. But remember, because he has the Yorishiro drop inside the stables, he can mirror the timing on getting elite tech for his knights. This is wild. Castle the Crow is really cool here as well, folks, because look at where he comes from. This is the safest, freest resource gain ever. The treasure caravans come from your safe corner. And at this distance, he's easily getting the maximum close to 2k resources every 6 minutes. If he remembers to push the button. There we go. And here's the numbers, folks. 630 food, 630 wood, 630 gold, and 210 stone. Not bad if I do say so myself. So that ends up being 2,100 resources every 6 minutes. Oh, sorry, 5 minutes, right? Yeah, 5 minutes, not 6. Even better. Demu now prepping the Streltsy. And Louis is just remaining one-dimensional with this comp. It's like, why do I need any infantry? Why would I ever? Mass-mounted samurai. It's kind of wild as well. He'll have the gold to enable this. I want to just really highlight how difficult of a type of game this is meant to be, by the way. Like, Louis did not get relics, which is a big no-no for Japanese. It hurts their ramping. But the perfect counter to the horse archers is why he's still in this game. Outpost saved his bacon from getting cooked. And love this. Look what we've got on the way. The Maru armor. This is very interesting now for the kind of raiding potential. As long as you have the deflective armor on, you're pretty much moving at horseman speed. We don't often see it because playing Castle and then into Imperial Age Knights, you know, Castle makes sense, but Imp Knights don't come out very often. For Japanese in particular, it's usually only in team games. Oh, this one was really cool as well. The Geon Festival. I never really see it. I think Geon Festival is a subtle thing. It has an impact. You just don't see it. So basically every like 3 minutes, all your eco units will top off on health. Was trying to be broke through. Ecotech situation. What? Louis never even took Broad Axe. I mean, why would you need it, guys? You're playing Mass Knights. Who wants wood? That's rare, man. Like, for the farms, at least, you would expect Lumberjack level 1, if not 2. He never took it. Meanwhile, other side, of course, Ben's going to have just completely taken everything on the table available. He's got a rocket launcher castle over here. This isn't a good dive. Yeah, you can't hang here. You have to back away. Meanwhile, Mounted Samurai breaking through on the east side. Demu has reacted with an overwhelming firepower to the north. He just doesn't have a way of staying here. It's kind of a wasted effort overall, and all of a sudden, Louis now with an ability to potentially raid into the backline economy. Okay, Louis is doing a great job of splitting the map right now. Yes, you've got a lot of knights, but it's a very expensive fight if you take a direct engagement. Not worth it. Not needed. He's using the Streltsy's immobility against them to strike everywhere they can't be. And even cutting the reinforcements as well. So siege workshops on the way, but that's going to get scouted and denied here. I'm not really sure what that was meant to do for him anyway. I mean, you're up against mass mounted samurai. I guess with enough mangonel is great, but like, really? Maybe bombards was the thought. Try and force an engagement, defend and move slow. I just don't see the timing being there. Wolves now getting crisped. Gonna try to keep them alive, but he's running out of room quickly here, and I'd say he's also long-term running out of gold, right? Like what? He's got the 1.6k left here, and then it's all out of his base. In the meantime, Mounted Samurai do ride in. They find the Streltsy. Can he cull them though? Can he cut enough of them down here? Second wave now breaking in onto the farms on the west side. Demu doesn't have great food income, so this type of delay, this type of blocker could just kill him over. Unbelievable right now. Louis just pulling him left and right. Ironically enough, returning the pain that was offered up in that Chinese Ibid game. The Benny Hills in this series in full motion. And agreed, I do think these are probably the coolest looking Elite Knights in the game. I think I prefer them in red though. Forsyth just feels almost irrelevant at this stage. Damage doesn't even remotely compare. Do we have a siege switch on the way? I wonder, like, if you could play... Nah, you don't want to, right? Your opponent has siege workshops, just don't bother. More keep drops are coming in. Sacred sites are starting to get locked in as well. Louis showing no signs of changing tune at all. Guys, this is a one-dimensional strategy. He only has 2 units. Mounted Samurai and Outposts. Unbelievable. Frontline isn't even really holding anymore. Bombard's also getting sniped. I mean, he has 30 Streltsy, but I think the Mounted Samurai are just simply too tanky against this. He doesn't kill him quick enough. The deflective armor also just wastes a really strong, solid first hit. This is done, man. This has to be. I just don't think he's got it anymore. Demu, over 30 villagers behind. It's about to get a hell of a lot worse, though. Here on the west side. Idle on the massive farms. Gold gathering is about to come to a halt, and Demu's run in the King of Dry Arabia tournament is about to come to an end. And this is one of the most wild ways to do it. Who would have seen this coming, man? Japanese love their knights in Castle, but very rarely do they stick to them in Imperial. Just such an insanely expensive comp, especially when you only get 1 relic. For the mass outpost defense, seemingly justifying it in Louis' eyes. I think Demu, consistently throughout this whole game, having this idea to be mass ranged, it just doesn't survive. It's a plan that doesn't survive contact with the enemy, especially when that contact is just mass sprinkled outposts. Second TC now going down. Demu at this point just processing a guaranteed loss. Wow. I mean, I stand by what I said. Japanese, I say C tier. C, B tier is a fair positioning for this civ. They still have some potency with their castle builds, but there's been a lot of matchups where they've struggled for their predictability, right? But despite that predictability, apparently Demu's predictability to play horse archers in castle eclipses that of Japanese boys always fast castling. Streltsy almost look like they're going to get a good fight, but guess what? Just run away. Bombard's once again getting sniped, though. Yeah, it's interesting that Damaru tech didn't really matter much once you start fighting, by the way. One thing that sucks with Damaru, the thing that gives you extra movement speed when you have reactive armor, is the moment one of your units gets clipped, everything moves at the slow movement speed. So I think they need to rethink that tech. I know I'm saying that in a game where this is winning, but I don't think the Damaru armor, the reactive armor movement speed buff, is good. It's only good for when you're approaching the enemy base. Once you start like moving with an injured unit, it sucks. It almost looked like for a second Demu's surviving, right? Should maybe get a hit. No, please, no. No. Congratulations, you almost killed us. Anyway, I guess we'll just go back into your base. This is the worst situation imaginable. I mean, Louis could just keep corralling him around in circles. Wait, what? He's going to win this. Oh my god, he was playing with him. Streltsy can't even clean this up. The mounted samurai only strategy. Too damn strong. I really thought he'd be scared and just run straight into the base, but apparently biology's pretty good on Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights that have 390 health, but like if you think about it, actually realistically they have about what, an extra 30 there? It's like 420, because the first Streltsy shot just gets absorbed, right, by the reflective armor. Well, Demu, bless him. He's trying to hold on to the bitter end, but he's down to fatigue economy. Kiljardi trying to break... Demu trying to break Kiljardi's record here. What was it? Was it 36 minutes with 6 villagers? I think Ben can't quite beat that. He's a few seconds off. Alright, I'm going to hit the fast forward. I think we can all see the way this is going. Demu, he had an incredible comeback in that Chinese Iabit game. But this, by that comparison, I mean, that makes the Chinese Iabit game look standing better. And GG comes out. The tower defense strategy into the certain knight strategy. Too damn strong. Dude, that was wild. What the hell was that game? I mean, that one has to get uploaded, right? All right, there we go. Just had to name that for the YouTube side. Goodness gracious. Oh, commiserations though. I'm sure we'll see more Ben soon in a different tournament, but damn. Impressive. It's funny as well, because I think LoueMT plays those mass Mount Samurai builds more than most players that I've seen. That was wild though. All right, so what can we cover next? I know tomorrow we're going to have another series to do, by the way, guys. In fact, dude, we're going to be stacked. Yeah, so tomorrow, this is the place to catch all of the King of Dry Arabia action, because we're going to cast Anatan versus Marine Lord and B versus LoueMT. Both those lower bracket games are going to be happening here. They're actually like doing similar pacing here, and I believe it'll be the winner of those two versus each other in the lower bracket grand finals later this week, which we'll also cover here. So make sure you have notifications turned on for this channel to catch this action live as it's happening. But in the meantime, I'm weighing up whether we cast some ladder 1v1s, or we could cast some of the free-for-all tournament games from the weekend. The only thing is, I think Corvinus went over those this morning, right? I believe so. Let's have a look, see who's on the ladder and what they're doing. Anna's doing some 2v2s. I would have done the free-for-alls as well, by the way. I had planned to. I even said on here that I planned to. But then when I got on this morning, Corv was already like going over them. I was like, okay, this is kind of covered now. I'm not usually a fan of team games when they're on the ladder, because you very rarely get like really good matchups there. And I'm weighing up. Like, we could keep going for a little bit, maybe. We've been live for what, like 3 hours? I like to like hit at least 4. 4 feels good. Who's Beastie up against? Ezra? What rank is Ezra up to now? I mean, guys, it's French versus Rus. Should we check if there's any other high-ranking matchups right now? Ezra's at rank 1, 2, 3. What map were we on? I wasn't paying attention. You guys want French versus Rus? Or should we look for something else? I mean, French versus Rus is kind of rare, I guess. Like, you don't see it very often these days. This game is good. Okay. Ooh, okay. Interesting. We'll check this out then. Alright, I'm going to focus on the action then. I'll update the title after this. I don't think I've got a mod in chat to do that right now. So let's switch over. I need to disable the overlay on the score and let's get ready to go. God damn. I've been drinking a bunch of fizzy water, but it's actually making my throat really dry. So after this, I have to go get another water drink as well. In fact, before I start recording, I'm going to turn on my fan. Who else hates the summer? I'm a winter boy. If you're a true gamer, you're a winter boy because you're sitting in a room all day. Why does the coloring look weird on teal as well? That's kind of funky. It's a classic. It's full Feudal Knight spam. Look at this one. One and all, welcome back to Legends from the Ladder. That's right. We have got some pub stomping action to be had here. Ezra, 1-2-3 on the French. Ranked 123rd in the world right now, actually, I think it is. Going up against the one and only Beastie Cutie in the yellow on the Rus. The reworked, rejigged Rus that don't get as much impact out the first few minutes of play anymore. But other than that, the new bounty system feels like it scales a hell of a lot better. And I'm kind of excited for this one. I think Ezra plays a lot of French, right? Like, I haven't been able to catch many of his games in the past. And I'm not kidding. If you check the ladder right now, Ezra is ranked 123rd in the world with the name 123. He's mainly a French spammer. It is his go-to, his bread and butter. So he's putting his best foot forward, and he kind of needs to when he's up against a legend like Beastie. Never an easy target on the ladder is this lad. I wonder what he's going to be up to as well. Also, Beastie scammed us, by the way. Can we agree on that? Because I recall a lad yesterday. Was it yesterday on the stream? I'm pretty sure yesterday. I called it at the end. He said we're going to be doing Marlian all day on Monday. It's a very weird looking Marlian. Golden Gate is going to be coming in though. Interesting. No Kremlin. I thought the Kremlin would be worth it to defend, but oh. Oh, that's sick. And wait, why does Beastie have... He has 3 scouts. Oh, that's interesting. Dude, that's kind of sick. Because you're playing what should be a Knight Mirror, he basically is trying to play the sheep game to his advantage. Make no mistake about it, folks. You no longer get extra gold for killing the deer, right? Like, killing them was worthless. I think this might offer up Pro Scouts play as well. Because with the Golden Gate, you can trade across and make it pretty quick and easy. But that's wild. Like, with 3 scouts, he might not know about the Chamber of Commerce. He's going to find out, right? There's no way you don't dive in here. Scout. At this point, if you're BC, you're going, wait, where's the landmark? What is he doing? Why don't I see it? He's going to check around the other side. Because realistically, it could be anywhere around the back. The interesting part is, like, Ezra doesn't have that complete protection, right? Like, the TC doesn't reach here. So BC will be allowed to see the Chamber of Commerce, and that's a big deal in this matchup. Because remember, both sides do have knights, so loose economy never really feels safe. Let's hit the speed up a little bit on this early game, actually. Golden Gate almost complete. This is Pro Scouts. Look at the gold gathering right now, guys. Last drop-off comes in. I should be getting queued up in a second, and there's the confirmation. Chamber of Commerce has been seen. So Beastie now knows about it. Does this change the plan at all is what I'm wondering. We've got a lot of gold being held onto and no switch up yet. No Pro Scouts queued. I think he's just going to rush castle, right? it looks like a castle rush build. And remember, they did buff Golden Gate. It now only takes 50 seconds per ticket. So you can just stockpile a lot of gold and then buy the additional food if you're over the top. Yeah, this is kind of wild. And the wall's coming in. He's just going to block it out. Also, in the meantime, like, free scouts may not immediately kill traders, but considering how slow trader mass is to build up, they can kill them over time. And that's going to force the reaction of the Knights to defend this, which means there's no pressure coming at home on Beastie's fast castle play. Not just that. He is going to get the walls up in time, right? Yep. Okay, now he has been seen. The Knights, however, have not pivoted, so I don't think Ezra has processed this actively, right? Like, remember, the switch in the pathing is automatic. He hasn't seen it yet. Oh my god, can he actually just keep Beastie? What? Ezra's not reacting. If he doesn't react right now, he's just a mile behind. And there we go. He is going to be. Final piece of wall about to go up. Ezra. No way. I can't believe that right now. Beastie, it looked like it was going to be a freebie. It might still be, though. He gets the wall up. And that's going to be the blocker. So Ezra not able to trade over here. It means he's going to have to come to Beastie's side of the map. There is a break opportunity here on the wall, I think. In fact, Beastie needs to be really quick. Yeah, so he'll keep the trader in. Others are stuck outside. This isn't a great option, guys. This is really close to Beastie's base, so he can react to it more easily. And he'll have the ability to soon. We've got Abbey of Trinity on the way. We're probably going to be seeing double archery range to follow this up, so he'll have the assault. And wait. What happened there? Wait, how? Did he delete the wall? Wait, oh my god, did he forget about one more? No. Oh, the pillar, of course. Of course it's the pillar. Okay, so Beastie shenanigans do not work out. Ezra is now up to 5 knights. He has got gold trickling in. That's really important as well because look at the count right now. He's up to 6 traders. He's actively adding in additionals. This isn't just eco-techs anymore. So very critical that he didn't continue to get blocked there. Means he keeps the stream alive and staying in this, and means he can compete on tech timing, right? He's got enough knights to make the warrior monks' lives a living hell. In fact, he can do that to the villagers as well. Dive comes in. Warrior monks are very tanky, and the villagers do at least have the +1 armor, so that should be enough to stop them from getting 2 hit by a charge. But it's still going to be a lot of idle time for a guy who only just aged up and is yet to add in any real military units. Oh my god. Beastie, is he just dead? This game might be over. Beastie down to 25 eco, 15 of that is idle. In fact, all of that is idle right now. The Knights are eventually going to fall, but there's more waiting in reserve. The only mistake I'm seeing from Ezra is that he's not rallying straight into the enemy base. He's starting to shuffle up now. Nightmare's not over yet, Beastie. Get back in your corner and continue to cry. Oh, no. That's almost 10% of his current economy dead from that strike. An expensive die for Ezra, but honestly one that feels like it's been worthwhile so far. And I think this is Beastie's own greed working against him, right? Like, no one made him go double monastery. He already had one. He added in the second one, because remember, they did recently buff Abbey of Trinity, so that it's a 50% discount to all warrior monks produced. So it's no longer just in a landmark. But I almost felt like this was unnecessary. Now it's kind of his only hope, right? Because with such a little economy, these relics actually make up a substantial increase in your base. High trade house instead. The problem with high trade house this early is you just simply have nothing to defend yourself whatsoever, right? Like, you're completely exposed with that type of build. I don't think when you go 1 TC ultra fast castle, like Abbey of Trinity makes more sense. It's a similar logic to the Japanese fast castle build. Is like having that monk to go out and pick relics. It's a substantial advantage at that stage of the game. Block on the archery ranges. I feel like Beastie needs to build these right next to the TC, not loose like this. wild. Villagers in the mid-map. Beastie, in the meantime, is hoovering up relics. Free already on the way home. He's going to make it 4 soon. Well, not going to work out here, though. Looks like Warrior Monk is going to get denied. I'm not sure how many of these you get back home for free, really. We've got archers being added in as well. That's just extra line of sight to kind of see this coming each time. Knights are going to see the opportunity now. The striking comes through. Wololo will be able to force him away, but good micro. Ezra, he's going to move south to still block out the return. Wait, what was that pathing? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That pathing actually let Beastie get the relic home. So 2 now safe there. Third one coming in. The Knight's now slow on the reaction there. Means another one gets dropped off. Beastie now with over 50% of the relics on the map safely at home. Soon that number's going to rocket even higher. Trader count continues to scale, but Ezra, you know, for how good a lot of these things look, remember, he's still an age behind. I wonder if now's like the time you consider just teching up. Your opponent is going into horse archers. With this type of eco lead, you theoretically could just spam archers only and beat horse archers, right? You could fire off so many arrows at once that you would need a Ryzen 9000 series CPU just to process that above 60 frames. We got you covered. Click the link. Yeah, I don't know. Horse archers usually makes a bit more sense with the ultra fast castle roost build that's coming in again, but in this situation, I mean, it's an answer against knights. It's just archers might be the big problem here. And wait, did he reward? He reward. Okay, so this is at least closer to BC's home. I just don't think he's in a position to move out still. I feel like if BC wins this, he's a miracle worker, right? Because this is getting scary. The longer this happens, the more knights build. And what comes with that is a very high value play to tech up. A big justification soon for Ezra. Once you're past 20 knights, Royal Institute is just game changing, right? The Royal Bloodlines buff can just immediately win you a game, even when you're delayed on a tech up. A little bit of a slip up there, though. Ezra's not really been paying perfect attention to a lot of these things. First was the issue around the trade. Then was this. The villagers were out here. That should have been 4 extra eco kills, which at this stage is over 10% of BC's economy. Do, however, have Rams on the way, so he's not happy to wait around. Meantime, though, horse archers. Whoa, hold on, Ezra. This is actually a big deal. He needs to hurry up. First ram now being built. Needs a second one on the way ASAP. I don't like what's happening with these traders. I feel like maybe it would have been better to have just built one ram and sent it over to open this up again. This is so much exposed economy. Now, Ezra does at least have a raw villager lead. There's only 4 trades left that could be intercepted. So at this point, it's kind of a shrug and who cares? Beastie at least getting the Steeled Arrow level 2. But with this many archers, it's just not a fight you want to take. The Knights just absorb so much fire as well in the entry that the archers can then win the fight, right? Like, it's crazy. You'd think the archers would just kind of suck in this trade out, but when you think about the better attack speed, when you think about the fact that these guys only have 85 health as a Castle-Age unit versus 70, it's a fair point to make that actually these archers are a decent answer. And by having archers, it means that you can't just poke away at the Knight Mass like you normally would. If you come in range, you're going to take damage. So we're knocking the door. Ezra, 2 rams moving in. Monastery already on fire. The fortress now looking to be targeted. And by having horse archers, you don't have an answer to rams either here. Knights are going to pull back entirely. Rams kind of griefing them a little bit. Archers now moving in range here. And horse archers will begin to trade out. Not a trade they really want. And with the buildings about to crumble, it means the knights can ride on through. So Beastie quite rightly backs up. And Ezra is fishing there. He's trying to get him to come a little bit closer as the buildings come down to allow him to flood. But Beastie, quick on the reaction here. Doesn't give any freebies, but even though he doesn't give freebies, he might still be giving over 25 elo. Food income is not looking good. Under 200 a minute now for Beastie. Yeah, I've got to shift down to the deer, so that's about to inflate again. But should this ever get seen, get idled out, he's going to get starved. Ezra. Are we just staying feudal forever? I think we are. The archer count is a little bit too high now for Beastie to deal with. Rams are also moving in to dent the Wooden Fortress. Villagers going to be added up here. That's going to be a dive pass. He doesn't care about defenses anymore. Archers head in. Knights to follow this up. They're looking for the villagers. Beastie, as soon as he starts to get a semblance of an economy together, it once again gets targeted. Well, we'll at least reset things. Beastie, by some miracle, only losing one worker there. The out of time alone is starting to sting. Military lead is still double. Rams continue to starve him out a little bit. Horse archers could actually move out of the base to try and intercept reinforcements. The problem, though, is if Beastie does that, Ezra will dive. And right now, there's almost half your economy that would not be protected by a building. In fairness, right, actually, it's a little bit better for him. He's got 8 out here, right? So that's 28 in the base. You can protect 15, but it's still too big of an eco loss. It's not worth the trade in return. Somehow, Beastie is now at risk of being pop-locked in a game where he's lost so many workers. Hard to believe, I know, yes. Yeah, if you think it's depressing to have to kill a ram with archers, try doing it with horse archers. You could go up, stairs, have a toilet break, come back down, and the ram would still not be dead. Ezra, still refusing that tech. I think now is a good time for it, right? Yeah, I feel like if you do not tech in the next minute max, you can't tech. Because at that stage, the horse archer numbers will be too big. They'll punish you and they'll run across the map, right? So I think Ezra feels kind of locked in at this stage. Anything but a commitment feels like a mistake in his eyes. That's not going to move again. Archers continue to poke. Ezra has lost the rams. These dives, they have a little bit less threat behind them. Horse archer and archers are trading out. Knights are coming back in now. Beastie doesn't have many places he can run here. He's got more relics being pulled from the backside. It's a 5-relic game. Beastie, I think he's weathered the storm at this stage. Knight count is down to 9. Archer's dive is starting to hurt them badly here. The TC fire adding up. I think Ezra is losing this game. I mean, this is wild. For a long time, it looked like Beastie had no recourse, no out. But all of a sudden, the military numbers have never been closer. The eco count doesn't feel that drastic of a difference anymore. Not with 5 relics banked behind this. And there's no trade whatsoever. No option to either. I can't believe this. Beastie's winning this game. Saint's Blessing doesn't really clip the full backline, which is unfortunate. That big buff is important there. There is still a handful of knights to threaten this, but Ezra's ran out of food. He's got gaps in his gathering. He's just moved out on the deer. But these gaps are starting to cost him dearly, right? Like, he's down to 400, 500 food income. Beastie now eclipsing him in that department. I don't feel like this works anymore. Horse Archer's about to prove it. Beastie finally feel confident that he's dented the army big enough to a point that he can dive out of the base. Fine, now Ezra has no choice but mirror, but here's the problem now. You're chasing after horse archers. The archers are going to be late to the fight if the knights go in. It's just not something you can do. In the meantime, reinforcements now getting cut. So many freebies going the way now of Beastie. No, I think Ezra's best course of action to win is after he kind of stunted the economy. When he took out that Ford Monastery, actually starting to save for a tech up gradually would have been the play. I think he dove just a bit too hard. Essentially snatched victory from the jaws, defeat rather from the jaws of victory, right? And now he's just leaning harder and harder into mass archers, which in theory is great, but if it's one-on-one, I don't like his odds. Ezra has at least scouted out Beastie on the flank, so hold on a second. They both get found though. No! And this is so much more. Extra villagers out here, like about 20 for Ezra. He's about to lose the economy lead. 10 more now to be exposed. He's at least going to keep it a bit more balanced with 8 to be struck down here. But remember, behind this, it's relics, it's sacred sites, it's everything Beastie needs. And a second wave of horse archers now shuffling towards the main. Looks like he did dodge out. Ezra keeps these villagers alive. But the base is the bigger problem. Beastie is circling like a shark. The military lead continues to shrink. Ezra seems to be contemplating a tech up, but it's not going to be quick, and it doesn't feel like it's ever going to be clean. Ezra, the issue right now is finding gold that's safe, right? He's already exhausted the safe one at home, and you're playing against mass horse archers. If you check Ezra's vision, you understand why he's not going for it right now. He's kind of blind to it. He needs to see some sort of positioning first from the horse archers before he makes his play. And you can see Beastie's already scouting for that exact detail. Where is he? Where's he teching up? How is he going to get up an H? How do these archers become the real counter? Well, we just watched horse archers cost someone a deciding game in a professional series. In this pub match, they're looking pretty damn good. Horse archers now moving in. And wait, did he not? He gave up on the location. Yeah, he didn't have enough firepower, right? Like, there's no knights left over, so neither of them losing the full mass there. But that just favors Beastie. He's the one that got eco kills. He's going to find more. Horse archers now into the back of the base. Archer army is trying to mirror the move. I feel like Beastie's done enough, though. Ezra is close to a tech up. The problem is you're on mass archers only, right? And Beastie, if he's going to get attacked, he can have a mangonel defense. If you wall here, you die. You're going to die. This is exactly what Beastie wants out of it. Horse archers will be able to shut down the villagers on the gold. That delays Ezra tech timing even further and costs him the entirety of the lead he worked so hard to build. Might cost him more still. These woodworkers don't feel safe either. There's also another wave, right? Like, don't be deceived. That wasn't everything that Beastie has. Second wave now coming in. The Guildhall timing, no. Ezra. All villagers being pulled in. He's about to get the bad news. Beastie. Does he know? He hesitates. He hesitates for a second there. Looks like he spotted the army was going back. So Beastie backs out of the base. Had he known what was happening on that west side, that would have been GG. I can't believe this right now. Behind this, we have Beastie now rebooming. Free TC Roos on the way. How do you even get ahead now here, Ezra? You have to go, right? Like, these vet archers, the longer the game goes, the more value they lose now. The problem we already highlight, though, is that involves diving the enemy base, and Siege Workshops just seems like a natural transition now for a Roost player with 5 relics. I mean, the good news is by diving in, he'll at least see his opponent's gone free TC. The bad news is pretty much everything else in this game. Range number 2 is at least coming from Ezra, but I don't think he's moving with enough urgency, and I don't know if it's because he's paranoid about the idea of the mangonels, but either way, it's costing him. Farm transition's underway, right? So BC's not going to necessarily need to come out. If you just keep scaling horse archers, this is really all you need. Food and wood. Looks like we've got a creep in again. Horse archers keep on fishing for the economy. I mean, by some miracle, Ezra has managed to hide a lot of what he had across the map, even on the enemy side, in fact. The additional wolves coming in. So this suggests we're on our way to a switch up from Beastie. Gives him additional wood, but also gives him the 8k vein. At this point, he could consider going into mass knights when Ezra is still just pumping archers. It's kind of wild as well, right? Like, you can't even necessarily go arbitrary here. If you see knights, it makes sense, but until you do, it just feels not as cost efficient as spamming archers. Slow moving unit. Same range, damage difference. It doesn't often feel like it's worth it because you don't really have something else to absorb damage, right? So you have to treat these as damage absorbers as well. I mean, in theory, Pavis is great, but it's the mobility that's the problem. A few more eco kills. Ezra now almost 20 villagers behind. The sad reality about this game as well is he doesn't even know that. Doesn't even see it. I love that. This is why you can't just walk away from the stream, all right? This is clearly the real reason you have to be watching 24/7. Because when you look away, games like this always end up happening. I think BC could just hunker down and go Imperial. It's an interesting time in the game, right? Like, Streltsy potential is big. Ezra, meanwhile. First arbitrary on the way. Also, keep in mind he's playing French. Like, keeps is a big deal. He has saved an area for it, but doesn't really seem to be leaning into it. I think Guildhall's probably on food, right? Yeah. So there is the potential for an eventual Imperial play here. I just feel like it's going to be so much later than Beasties. Boys Fortitude also coming in is very big here. This is where the Horse Archers will be able to hold their own quite well against a similar count of Archers. Remember, it's a substantial increase in health, right? It's like 20% extra health. 25% extra health, rather. Add on to the fact that if you go for the extra range buff, which sadly BC doesn't seem to be a big fan of, I'm a bit surprised by. If you go for these things like Fervor and Divine Light, you'll be able to buff the entire Horse Archer mass by +2 damage and +1 armor, which is substantial here, considering just a +1 armor increase is over a 10% damage mitigation against these archers. Ezra? We're going back to the bread and butter. He's like, last time I was winning this game, I had 2 Rams. Oh, Ezra. Buddy, that was a very different game a very long time ago. It feels like an entirely different game ago. Mango reveals itself. Ezra has to back up. Now, that's one way to answer Rams. I'll give him that. Death incarnate right now. 76 Horse Archers. 8 Warrior Monks. You have not seen this type of build since 2022. This is old school. And we're moving in now. Saint's Blessing's going to start to trigger. Horse Archers dive in. More and more of them getting that buff up. And it's a swarm and overwhelm here. Ezra about to lose the entire army. There's no coming back. Beastie strikes with the mass Horse Archers to get a classic style of Roos victory. Wasn't a Rooster as much as a Bruiser. GG comes out. Ezra's going to be looking back at that feudal timing, wondering, should I have pulled the trigger on a tech up? Should I have been more all in? Either way, whatever you're going to do, when you're up against Beastie, you need to bring 100% power, or this is how it ends. God damn. Wild. That's a really cool game. I think that's quite uploadable. All right, there we go. Sorry, I just had to type out the name of the video for that one. Whew, pretty cool game, though. Well played, both of them. Damn, Ezra was so close as well. You got a feel for him on that one. I felt like he had it for a second there. Yeah, the backup hurt him a little bit. So, let's have a look here. And people asking about the tournament games. Yes, you have missed the Demu versus Louis series, but don't worry, we have VODs enabled. Of course, I know people like the recording quality of the YouTube side, so go across there as well. You'll be able to easily see them on that side of things. We are probably going to cast 1 or 2 more games. I think we'll stay live for like maybe another hour before calling it today. So we get at least a nice 4-hour stream. I mean, it's quite nice. It's been quite healthy me. I think like the weird thing about streaming is quite often you feel like you want to be live for longer because the numbers go higher, and that's better for viewership, better for sponsors. But it is kind of nice. It's very heartwarming to see a lot more people rapidly turning up when we do like the short streams. So I appreciate that. kind of it kind of allows me to overcome a worry that I think a lot of streamers have, which is, oh my god, you need to do 6 to 8 hours a day, which I'm fine with, but I think there's something unhealthy about it. I don't know if I'd say as much for my body, but I think it's also like investing time, right? Like if you're putting that much time on screen, you don't have much time to organize things off screen. I did not catch the one Puppy Paw series yesterday. No, I haven't seen it yet. I remember briefly glazing the finals and going, oh, Wham versus Puppy Paw. I'm not surprised. Who we got here, though? Sorry. It's just... Oh, wait, dude. The other game finished, and these guys are still on theirs. Yeah, that one went on for a while then, huh? Quick reminder, though, guys, you've heard me talk about a little bit today. Ryzen partnership with AMD rather partnership about Ryzen 9000 series. Click the link. There is a panel down below if you haven't seen the link pop up. Or you can wait for it to pop up. Do me a golden favor, a big solid. Click on that link because that's one way you can help me actually, find more sponsorships. Is when they see returns, what they're looking for is eyeballs on the product. So if you're clicking it, that's eyeballs on the products. That's people potentially interested in buying and looking at it. So it doesn't cost you anything, but also, in fairness, they have got some good deals. PC specialists have very competitive prices for full PC builds. On top of that, if you do buy AMD products right now, the 9000 series products, if you buy any product, you'll get your hands on 2 free games. They are brand spanking new games. In fact, one of them comes out in September. I don't know when the Awakening comes out. I think that's around the same time as well. But that one that coming out in September is Space Marines, which is incredible. But on top of that, if you happen to buy one of their GPUs, you will get your hands on 4 games in total. So the 2 I mentioned, as well as either Company Heroes Free, Avatar, Starfield, or Lies of P. And I've heard Lies of P in particular is sick. Oh, will you look at that timing? Dude, I didn't even intend that. That's perfect. Click it now. Link just came up. No excuses. Mush mush. In fact, here. I'll even include my wonderful YouTube community. Go for it. Have a good time. Okay. So, let's have a quick ganders. See who's live on the ladder. Q's playing probably team games. B's playing? I'm intrigued. Less intrigued. Wait, is there another free-for-all tournament? What is this name? Wait, guys. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, this is... sorry, it's not free-for-all. This is team. Huh. My instinct was immediately free-for-all when I was like, oh, cute. But yeah, it's the Vietnamese stack, right? A 4v4 show match. Wait, who's organized this? I didn't know about this. Is this being streamed somewhere? Yeah, Clearman. Ah. Let me have a look. I didn't know about this. Is there an AU4 Liquipedia page for this? What do you think, guys? Do we pig back in? English coverage? I think we could piggyback in. Might be interesting. Oh, I haven't got my UI set up, though. I have to fix that. Let's see. Switch over to my casting UI. Let's get the right trim. Oh, that's always a pain in my ass with this thing, actually. So we need... So that one, and then I think we had... Why is it doing that? That's weird. Boom! Did have it in the right position. I thought I made a less ugly one of that, though, with the gold trim. I guess not. Ooh, the minimap size does need to be adjusted, though. There we go. Does anyone know the details on this one? Like what the prize pool is and everything? I am in the Vietnamese Discord, so maybe there's something there. Ah, thank you. Yeah, the King of Dry Arabia thing needs to be unloaded. Man, big shout out to the Vietnamese crowd and Clearman for like doing these midweek ones, though. They're actually following up on what I want to do. I'll have more details on it soon, hopefully. But I'm currently in the midst of organizing some midweek tournament plans, which will have some pretty respectable financial backings behind them. Nothing crazy, but like enough to get people engaged. And I don't want to spoil the whole plan, but like what I will say, there's a lot of plan longevity right now. In fact, let's just say trial run equal 40 weeks, I think was what we were discussing. So hopefully we'll have more details on that soon. All right, but I think we keep this on minutes because I feel like people always get confused when it's not on minutes. Right? Or do you guys prefer it like that? Yeah, we'll just keep it a minute. Yeah, I can't find any details on this. I don't even know what game this is right now in the series, but we'll hop in. Did someone say big fat show matches? We got you covered. Turns out the Vietnamese community, Clearman in particular, has come together to fund another show match. A $100 show match between the Eastern European boys and the Vietnamese squad. So we've got a lot of familiar faces in here. I'm not sure who I Have Immortal Friends is meant to be, but we have got Kyo in this one. We've got Hung ADC and Vuvo Van, all well-known people from the Vietnamese community, going up against 3D Clans B, someone who I can't quite identify in the purple, Homs Senpai in the teal, and finally Scatterbrained in the yellow. This is all for $100. I'm going to try to grab the details as we go. This is completely live from the ladder, so I need to catch it ASAP. Couldn't wait around, so I'll try to figure out actually how many games deep we are. But it looks like right now we are on... Is this Dry Arabia? This has to be Dry Arabia. I'm pretty sure if I... Yeah, so we're on a Dry Arabia spawn here. Looking at the comps as well, quite an interesting one coming out, actually. So I'd say that the Vietnamese squad has more of a standard type of draft here, right? They've got the Mongols, HRE, French is in there. Bastards is quite intriguing. I really like Mongols, by the way. Mongols, I think, is going to be super sick in team games with the recent buffs around things like the Deerstone effects. I also think the Card Hunters, I haven't tested whether that gives the aura to allies. I'm assuming no. But in general, Mongols have always been good in 3v3s and 4v4s as a support arc player. And what I mean by that is they are really solid at buffing up their teammates' armies, right? Kurultai effect, Deerstone effect. When you have more players, being a support player focused on auras is more beneficial because by being a support player, you're probably going to have a weaker military force yourself. But the trade-off, of course, is now, because you're in a 4v4 game, you're only making up 25% of the true military economy. So that buff affecting 75% of the rest is more impactful than, say, when you're in a 2v2. And that's why, other side of this, we are also going to have the Mongols. In fact, let me switch that around. There we go, guys. Now it's the correct way around. So we have got Mongols coming in from Scatterbrained, but they're going to have Japanese, Malians, and Chinese. This feels like a very boomy lineup. That is very curious, then. Oh, and by the way, this green player might be Mia Micah, then, by the sounds of it. And Sanich might be purple, which would make sense. Oh, sorry, or maybe Cat? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know how many players they got in the rotation, because I know when like the Vietnamese players do this, they usually have like 5 or 6 teammates they rotate between. And it might be that the Eastern European squad's doing the same. But this is kind of wild. What we're seeing here, guys, is we're seeing a greedy, fast castle-oriented strat by the looks of it, versus more of a kind of feudal all-in. Right? I think a lot of these civs on the west side are glad to play a longer feudal. Mongols can manipulate it well. French uses it well. Even HRE does really well these days. Abbas is naturally set up multiple TCs. Other side of it, you've got like China, who probably want to boom, right? We've already got Song coming up, which guarantees it. You've got Malians that typically want to just hull more cattle into the ranches. And then finally there's Japan, which is not really a feudal civ. I think I could count on one hand the amount of players who I'd say would make feudal Japanese work. And none of them are in this game. So I have to imagine we're looking at an overwhelmingly greedy build out of the team. Ooh, I just realized we're live. We can do predictions, can't we? So let me pop predictions up for you guys. Who will win? Is it going to be Vietnam? Or we'll just put Europe. It's pretty easy to track that way. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Go! Yeah, could this be Malian 2TC? I'm not sure. Surely Fulan is just better, right? Man, a lot of pain being done, though. This is the advantage play of Mongols against Malians, which is the other thing that's kind of questionable here, right? It's like Malians struggle against Mongols historically because they just spear spam and do this. So many houses burnt down, and it's idle time for you to rebuild, but it's also your opponent getting paid to do this. Like, a house only costs you 25 wood. It doesn't sound that bad. Until you remember, you just paid your opponent 50 resources per. Well, purple. Well, B really loves Pro Scouts, and usually he's the one building it, but when you've got a Malian teammate, right? So this is a sling and boom type game coming through. Meanwhile, tech is on the way. Regnitz is coming, but so is the floating gate. So kind of a mirrored effort between the two teams. Other players hanging around feudal, being a bit more greedy. In fact, a bit doesn't really qualify it fully. Hung ADC is on 40C. I think he's going to have to change the name to Hung ATC. Kind of fits better. Well, it's just going to be night spam continuously, right, from red. And we have Magadai, which is a really cool answer here. Deerstone is in effect, so we could easily see the Khan Hunter coming in when you have like 10 Magadai. Super effective here, by the way, considering that the Magadai have a measly 3.5 tower range. When you have that Khan Hunter, it gives an aura that adds an extra 0.5, but for this unit in particular, they get an extra 0.5. So they become a 4.5 tower range unit. Really effective. It allows Magadai to just kind of skirt fights more freely. Because one of the biggest issues with playing Magadai is as you scale past about 10 or 15, usually you find your army a bit too big to mobilize. You usually end up just kind of getting caught and clipped by melee units. That extra range can now allow you to skirt against things like knights more easily. Alex now trying to be pulled back, but that's not going to work out. Nice interception. The Khan Hunter and the Magadai here. So it will be a blocker against Kyo's play. In the meantime, tech up now on the way for B. So Castle coming in fast for the Chinese. Meanwhile, purple, looks like we're getting more feudal aggression. Spearmen now getting added in to try and defend. We have got mounted samurai now starting to roam around. And also, I love this from Homs. Sneaking out onto the ball on the far south side, understanding that his neighbor being a Mongol player, rather, rushing castle, he isn't going to go looking. He's only interested in playing slower moving comps. Dude, that's cool. Well played by Homs. This play wouldn't work when you're on the side of the map where red is, right? Because that's the French player. But against green, when you know they're not going to go for Keshiks, it's a very smart read. Meanwhile, Homs is like, what the hell is this? Eco Wing, baby! And Culture Wing down the way for Hung ADC as well. Hot damn. So how are you guys voting? Ooh, that's a cool split. Vietnam with 10,000 points, 8,000 on Europe. So pretty balanced here, understandable, right? No one's got a clear lead. Both have certain win conditions they can aim for. I think Homs Senpai is going to be of paramount importance here to their success. The awkward problem is he's spending way too much time outside of green's base. You can't attack green. You know, usually Samurai do really well against Spearmen. The problem here is that it's Yam Spearmen. That being said, I mean, we're not seeing the upgrade being prioritized into veterancy. We do, however, have the crossbows, and once again, it's just all about Yam. Like, you just can't really out-mobilize the Mongols in their own base here. If anything, I think you should actually be going north. Like, if you brought your knights up here with Scatterbrained, I think you just full-on dive red's base. Same with pink. They wouldn't be able to do anything against it. Instead, it just kind of feels like he's so threatened by the idea that the Mongol player might attack him that he's keeping his entire army parked outside his own base. And I think that is kind of unfortunate. It's a wasted opportunity, right? Especially considering you're already counted. In fact, it's kind of getting worse. We have B now adding in his lancers as well. Very south side heavy here, right? I think they're trying to focus on blocking those relics, of which we've already got 5 banked for Kyo, which is more than enough to be happy in a game as HRE. More, great. Would love to have it. But if you're stuck on 5, you're as happy as can be. You're a happy little lamb. And Pass the Swabby now already in the way. This is a full boom game, and Kyo is ultimately not being punished whatsoever. Relics are still going to at least be blocked, so that's good news, and you can always play for them yourself, right? Like, I imagine we're going to have, yep, Monk's now coming out for B. Relic's also coming home for Senpai. In fact, how many is he on right now? Oh. Not great. That's the first Relic. Meantime, Lance is learning the hard way. I do truly feel like Hom Senpai has chosen a really hard way to try and win this game. But it's the paranoia, right? Like, the risk of you getting dove. I think this is the awkward thing you have to keep in mind, the mentality here. Is Hom Senpai is a flank player. If he was a center player, he'd probably just already be in pink space. But because he's a flank player, he has to protect himself as well. Because he's much closer to the enemy. It's tough, right? And it kind of makes sense. It's the same logic as like when you go cab, but you have to go flanks, but your opponent has infantry and goes center. You are on paper quicker, but the route you take is double long. Which means your opponent will always be in position first. Yo, imp now complete. They need to attack him now or never. Meantime, Camel Archer spam coming. Okay, that's sick. It's weird though, because Hung could have actually just built Camel Riders instead. There's no reason necessarily to do Camel Archers over Camel Riders, but he sees value in the kiting. Right, either way it works. I think the logic here is just your opponent can never touch you because he did get the camel handling, so 1.87 movement speed means you can't gap close whatsoever. And this may be animation abuse, but here's the funny thing I'm going to say. I'm going to back Hung ADC on this one because guess what, guys? It may be animation abuse, but it's been in the game for so bloody long, at some point, you have to really start questioning, who do you blame? You blame the devs. This was fixed before, reintroduced, and it hasn't been fixed since. It's buying a lot of time, but is it buying enough is the real question mark here. Hung ADC, not much military to work with. Reinforcements have arrived. Green comes in to protect. But now they'll shift out the other side. Remember, the difference is when Green defends his own base, he has the Yam everywhere. He has that movement speed. He doesn't have it here. So being out of position like this, it just kind of snowballs to be worse and worse as you now shift north. Yeah, like, honestly, the animation abuse thing, like, it always reminds me of that For Honor tournament where a guy used an animation cancel exploit to win the entire tournament. The dev was like, I hope you're happy yourself. And his response was perfect. He said, yeah, I am. Now fix your goddamn game. I feel like this damage is too much. Kyo's down to 55 economy now. So I'd lose more. Behind this, there's no pressure coming. Like, the problem I'm seeing in this game right now is this is reactionary phase, right? Like, whenever this happens, things are grim. And oh my god, the Magadai raid. They may only be feudal age, but it's still extra damage done. Several villages going down. Camel's now peeled to try and address that. And he will have the chase down. But it might come at a cost because the backstab's coming in. B now pinching him, blocking him, and the choke point! He can't get away. Has to stand his ground and fight. And animation cancel all you want because these boys are Gatling guns. What a strike! What a timing there. And I'm starting to wonder, like, where's Viva Van been in all this? I think he was trying to attack while the others defend, but it doesn't seem to have worked out that way. I mean, eco-wise, they're definitely struggling. I think Scatterbrain has been taking a big wallop from these knights, so in fairness, probably worthwhile there. But while the eco lead is quite big right now, the military quality is definitely a big question mark, right? Like, it feels bad for Green because he has this army that should be able to beat all. But it can't reach anything right now. Say that. Then again, Hom Senpai got a little bit ambitious. I don't know, man. I think the damage was good. But the reality is, it's still 4 TC of acids and pass the swab at HRE. And I think this is what can be really frustrating about the game sometimes, right? In team games in particular, especially 4v4s, how is this not punishable? Am I the only one thinking that right now? Is like, I'm looking at these builds and I'm thinking about like the amount of TCs built and the intent. And my brain is like, huh? After that big raid and all that damage done and that cycle of multiple cavalry civs, I look up and see this. That doesn't feel right to me, but it's exactly what happens when you're talking about maps this big. Now the counterattack comes in bigger. Hom Senpai, the nightmare that he had been worrying about, has arrived. No level 3 Shogunate. No strong point defense. Just a dive from one side of the base to the other that's going to cost him dearly. Teal trying to seek shelter here. A bunch of villagers are getting sniped down. We've got Musafadi now rushing in to engage. In the meantime, the Camel Riders, the perfect answer up against the Samurai. Quicker attack speed, right? Better damage as well. Just not a great fight. The Camel on ease is going to guarantee it. Musafadi are at least good enough to help assist here, and the mounted samurai count high enough to push the Camel Riders away. So it will be a hold in the base of Teal. Will be a costly one, though. And in the meantime, that eco lead continues to build. It's now 100 eco advantage for the Vietnam squad. Oi, oi, oi. More and more tech ups on the way, right? Raw Institute is now coming in for Vu Van. He spent a long time in age behind, but that's now being fixed. Kind of intriguing as well. He doesn't have much of a military, so you might be wondering, why would you go Raw Institute instead of Guildhall? It's because of your role in this game. Your role is still to be just night spamming, no matter what, throughout this game. And apologies, yes, my mini-map has bugged. We'll fix that. Dude, I love that this game is not even close to being decided. It's wild as well, because like I said, this is, after all, 100 villager plus lead. But what the Europeans are doing really well is just keeping pressure on constantly. And this is sick. Magadai. Scatterbrain desperately needs an upgrade. Voice brains get scattered all over his own base. It just doesn't seem to be coming in just yet. Sector sites, I think they only just got activated, right? So we've got one here, second one here. Am I blind? Where's the third? 1, 2. I feel blind right now. Oh, what? Alright, that's chalked. That is ultra chalked. What? Why? Oh, God. Oh, my God. So many camels! And Musafadi don't handle this well, guys. It's 270 base HP, but not just that. He has the armor. A unit does 11 damage, has to somehow deal with a 5 armor, 270 HP unit. Good luck. Don't have fun. And remember, the Camel Archer backline is also super effective here because it gets double damage against the Musafadi. Meanwhile, if you guys want to double your frame rate, click that AMD link. You got time. Yeah, and if you're not a fan of watching ponies be murdered and massacred, you should probably go click that link right now just to avoid watching all these poor Japanese cavalry units flop dead. Magadai are now here, but... This is now 3 players, essentially, versus 1. And I still don't favor the 3 players. And also, if 3 of you are losing a fight versus 1 here, what's happening elsewhere on the map? That's what really scares me now. On top of that, think about this, right? It may be a military lead, but one of those players is Malians. And Malians aren't quality, they're quantity. Pushing just continues. Kurtai is also going to be blocked there. Allows them to continue the fight. Deploy is now coming in. That should force a back away here. Hung. Apparently not convinced. What? A 150 eco lead now. The military lead is now gone for the Europeans. This game, I think, is close to over. Pink is beating back yellow. He's dead in his base at this stage. He's also leaking into the economy of B. And they're idling out on the edge of Hom Senpai's base. This looks done. We've even now got hand cannoneers coming through. Remember, hand cannoneers, with just one Khan Hunter, will basically get 2/3 of the Imperial tech advantage that the Chinese hand cannoneers get, right? Because remember, they can get 5 tower range on these bad boys now. Yeah, this is done. Nesta B's just arrived. I don't think they're immediately going to wave the white flag, but at this point, B is like the only player that really feels still alive. I mean, you have at least got the Malian idea here, but the Flood doesn't exist. He's at 24 military and falling. God damn. No. It's not just that green and blue killed all the enemy armies. They killed all the enemy armies who also had Kurotai buff. Just process that for a second. Shogunate Castle is at least going to be able to push them back. They can't keep diving here, right? But they've done so much damage at this stage. Looks like Lancers are going to try now to defend, but you're up against Vet Royal Knights, right? The only upside is it looks like Vuva Van's still a bit weak on economy, and he doesn't have the Royal Bloodlines yet. This is still drawing B's attention from that south side. And if this turns into a 2v2 and a 2v2, I feel like Pink and Red have enough to hold this back. And Blue and Green have already proven their ability to win down here. He is at least trying to creep towards that idea of Imperial, right? Yeah, he's stockpiling a little bit, but it still doesn't feel safe. Like, your military count isn't looking that great. Lancers also are expensive, take a long time to get out. And Hung ADC is indeed going for H5. Trade Wing now on the way. Oh, sorry, H4. H4, Trade Wing on the way. He could probably just go H5 if he wanted to be honest with you. Yeah, reminder, folks, this is a vet army. Elite's just going to rinse this entire force, rather. Good lord. And yeah, don't be deceived. We're on income right now. We're not on surplus. This is the surplus. I don't know. I don't think they have an answer to mass camels. I'm really convinced at this stage. This feels like Vietnam's game to lose. So he's going to hit into the Malian base this time, but not really many camel riders here. So not an ability to kill off the ranch units, but he's going to keep cycling through looking for economy. They feel like they've done enough damage to kind of keep Mongols, rather Japanese shuttered, same with Mongols, right? So now it's about hitting those eco players. The best move that he could actually make is this. If Hung ADC comes out to the farms, B's in trouble. Full up wave coming in now, and that is going to be the nest of bees. Yeah, that's right. Remember, we got Khan at play. It was a Khan at pass build, not your typical white Stupa, which means he has the answer to Musafadi. Weird part to me is he still hasn't gone for those Khan hunters. He has one, we just don't know where. Doesn't really seem to be here at all. I believe that's going to be Elite Text on the way soon for Hung ADC. Yeah, immediately queues them up. And the second tier Camel Barding. This is ludicrous. He's going to have 7 melee armor in these engagements, which is wild when you consider like the base damage is already so low from the Camel Unease. You're stripping away almost a third of the remaining damage these Mounted Samurai deal. For a pass as well. Dude, I can't, it's for him. Just call a spade at this stage. Vuva Van, the guy who's never focused on economy, is also now in Imperial Age. Damn, Vietnamese are no joke in these team game environments. Kind of a rough one, but I'd expect this, right? Like, if you look at the players on the European lineup, they play a lot of 1v1, traditionally, I'd say. That's not true, actually. Hom Senpai plays a lot of team games, right? I think Scatterbrain as well. But these guys, I feel like these guys definitely have even more team experience. I'm always seeing Q, Hung, and Vuva Van queuing into team games. It's their bread and butter. And no, camels are not slower than horses when you get camel handling. Camel handling gives that buff to movement speed that brings them up to 1.87. So camels just look OP in team games in late game. They looked it before they even reached late game here. GG comes out. Team Vietnam absolutely shellacking the Europeans. Oh, camels in... Oh, IRL? I don't know about IRL. I'm not sure on that one. Maybe? Okay, did anyone find the details about Clearman's tournament here? I don't know what the format is. I'm going to guess that these guys already won game number 1. I think that's a solid, safe bet. Right? Probably. Let's have a look. They've got at least one more game then. No. Wait. Oh, that was game 1. Okay, that was actually the first game. What do you think, guys? Do we keep tracking this one? I think we could. Is Ezra playing? Dude, you're like the biggest Ezra fanboy imaginable. I'm weighing up whether we cover the whole thing. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. I don't know. The problem is I don't know the format at all. So this could be like a best of 7, best of 5, I don't know. So I don't really have any of the details. Which is annoying because it's hard to kind of hype up the situation, right? It's like, it's very different when you know it's match point. Because the alternative is, okay, I might have to call it, and here's why. It's Monday. I've been waiting on a bunch of responses from the weekend, so now is like that time, right? So my thought is that tomorrow we'll probably be having like a 5 or 6 hour stream. Okay, it's BO5. I'm just worried about these things I've got to sort. I'm mathing that out because it's 4v4s as well. This could potentially be like an extra 3 hours. And I really need to address these things. Yeah, sorry guys. I've given you a taster. If you want to catch the rest of it, it will be in Vietnamese. So maybe you have to watch it muted. But Clearman on YouTube will be streaming this live. I'm certain of that. So you'll be able to catch them there. Apologies, I would have loved to have continued this, and I wish I'd known about it, so I could have like planned accordingly, and maybe I could have like woken up early and done some work this morning. But I've got behind-the-scenes work I need to do. Got responsibility to my influencers. Got to make sure that the deals are pumping in for them. So sorry about that, guys. Yeah, like if I'd known, I would have been able to plan around this, but I really need to respond to these emails because I've got 1 or 2 activations due to start tomorrow, and I'm still waiting on contracts through. So I'm gonna go sort those now. What I'll do is I'm going to raid through to Duckate, who's playing 2v2s with Anasam right now. So they're prepping for the weekend because I think they're going to be partnered up, right? So go give her some love. Go give her some support here. I haven't seen her stream before, but it's always awesome to see new people streaming in AoE 4. I will be back tomorrow. And I can confirm, let me double check the timings which are being talked about here. We'll probably be live by about midday because there's going to be 2 series. There's B versus LoueMT and Anatan versus Marine Lord. So I will let you guys know at the start of the stream tomorrow around midday when those 2 series are happening. It's looking like B versus Louis is probably going to be somewhere between midday my time and 2 p.m. my time. Anatan versus Marine Lord, we'll see. That might end up being a little bit later because Marine Lord doesn't like getting out of bed before 3 in the afternoon. But go have some fun with Duckate. Thank you for everyone who's been tuning on Twitch and YouTube. I see so many people starting to tune in for YouTube. The amount of support is getting incredible to witness. I appreciate you. Much love to both groups. And I will see you all tomorrow for more competitive action. We will continue the King of Dry Arabia 1v1 tournament game.